Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Fiction Blue, presenting to you today, What If Harry Found a Hidden Gringotts legal contract that made Vernon Dursley his financial servant at age 5? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The loose brick. The cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive smelled like dust and old shoes and something else that Harry had never been able to name. Something sour and close, like the smell of a space that had been forgotten about. He had lived in it for as long as he could remember, which was not very long, because he was 5 years old, but 5 years is long enough to know when something is unfair. He knew, for instance, that Dudley had a bedroom. He knew Dudley had 2 bedrooms, actually, one for sleeping and one for the overflow of toys that couldn't fit around the sleeping. He knew this because he had been made to carry boxes of Dudley's older toys up the stairs when Dudley's birthday presents arrived, and the second bedroom had smelled like plastic and newness and the particular kind of careless abundance that Dudley wore around him like a second skin. Harry's room had a cot that was slightly too small, a light bulb with a pull string, and a collection of spiders that he had, over time, given names to. The largest one, who lived in the upper left corner and moved with the deliberate authority of someone who owned the place, he called Margaret. Margaret, Harry felt, had the right idea. It was a Tuesday in October when he found the brick. He had been sent to the cupboard after dinner, not for anything specific, just for being underfoot, which was a crime that Uncle Vernon invented on a situational basis. Dudley had been in a mood, which meant that everything within a 5-foot radius of Dudley became Dudley's problem to redistribute, and the nearest redistributable thing had been Harry's ear, pulled sharply while Harry was trying to finish his peas. Harry had not cried. He had learned early that crying didn't help and it made his eyes hurt, so he had simply gone to the cupboard when told, pulled the string for the light bulb, and sat on the cot with his knees up against his chest. He was thinking, as he often did, about the unfairness of things. Not in a dramatic way. He wasn't old enough yet for dramatic. It was more of a quiet, persistent wondering, the kind that sits behind your eyes and asks questions that don't have answers. Why Dudley and not him? Why a cupboard and not a room? Why Aunt Petunia's face did that particular thing it did whenever she looked at Harry, like she was seeing something that she wished very much she wasn't seeing. He shifted on the cot, and his elbow hit the wall, and the wall made a sound. Not a thump. More of a hollow click. The sound of something that wasn't quite solid. Harry sat very still. He was a curious child by nature. Curiosity was one of the things about him that particularly annoyed Uncle Vernon, along with the way his hair refused to stay flat and the fact that he sometimes seemed to know things he hadn't been told. But the curiosity was genuine and deep-rooted, and right now it was pulling his attention very firmly toward the section of wall his elbow had just struck. He leaned over and pressed his palm against it. The wall pushed back. Just slightly, just a fraction of an inch, but it moved in a way that walls are not supposed to move, with a dry grating sound and the whisper of displaced dust. Harry pressed harder. A brick swung inward on some invisible hinge. Not far, maybe 3 inches, but enough to reveal a shadow behind it, a darkness that was different from the regular darkness of the cupboard because it had depth. It went somewhere. There was something in there. Harry put his eye up to the gap. He couldn't see much. Just the edge of something pale, rolled tight, with what looked like a strip of dark ribbon keeping it closed. He poked one finger into the gap and touched it, and it was dry and slightly stiff and crinkled very faintly under his fingertip, like old paper. He worked the brick back further, it resisted at first, grating and reluctant, then swung another inch, and reached inside and pulled the roll of parchment out. It was about the length of his forearm, tied with a ribbon that had once been dark green and was now something closer to the color of old moss. The parchment itself was thick, much thicker than the paper he used in school, and slightly yellow at the edges, and it had a smell, not the sour smell of the cupboard, but something older and stranger, something that reminded him of the library at school but deeper, like the library went further back than it was supposed to. There was a seal on the ribbon. Wax, dark red, pressed with something that looked like a picture of a key. Harry looked at it for a long time. He looked at the door of the cupboard. The line of light under it was steady, He could hear the television from the living room, the specific pattern of noise that meant Dudley was watching something and Uncle Vernon was watching Dudley watch something and Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen. No one was coming. He slid his thumbnail under the wax seal. It broke with a small, clean sound, like a tiny bell, and the ribbon slid away on its own, which was strange, but Harry filed it under things to think about later and unrolled the parchment. It was covered in writing. Very small writing, very neat, in ink that had probably once been black and had aged to a dark reddish-brown. At the top, in larger letters that Harry could make out even in the poor light of the single bulb, it said, Gringotts Bank, Binding Compact of Obligation Article the 1st, Terms of Guardianship, Financial Custody, and Servile Deference, Potter Bloodline Inheritance, Evans Succession, assigned to the household of Vernon ISF Dursley of No. 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, England. Harry's reading was not particularly advanced for his age because he hadn't had much practice. Aunt Petunia taught Dudley things, not Harry, and school had only just started, but he was a fast learner and he was motivated, which counted for a great deal. He sounded out the words slowly, pressing his finger under each one, lips moving without sound. Guardianship. He knew that word. It meant someone looking after someone else. Financial. He didn't know that one, but it looked like it had to do with money. Custody. That was like in the police programs on the television. Taking charge of something. Servile deference. He didn't know those words. But servant was in there, and he knew that word very well, because he had been called one often enough. He kept reading. It was slow going. Many of the words were too long or too old or too strange, and the writing in the lower sections was smaller still, cramped and dense with terms he couldn't even begin to sound out. But certain things emerged from the text like islands, clear and solid. The household of Vernon ISF Dursley, having accepted financial subsidy from Gringotts Bank on behalf of the designated heir, Harry James Potter, born July 31, 1980, hereby enters into binding magical obligation. Harry's finger stopped. He read that sentence again. Twice. A third time to be certain. Financial subsidy. Money. Uncle Vernon's household had been given money. From somewhere called Gringotts Bank. On behalf of Harry. He felt something happen in his chest that wasn't quite an emotion yet, he was too young to have the vocabulary for it, but was the beginning of one. The early edge of something that would, in time, become a very particular kind of clarity. He kept reading. In exchange for said subsidy, the Dursley household accepts full binding obligation, enforceable under Goblin commercial law and the Compact Statutes of 1870, to provide the designated heir with deference in all domestic and financial matters, to ensure the heir's material comfort, safety, and educational provision, and to conduct themselves in service of the heir's interests in all material respects. Failure to comply with these terms subjects the household to immediate financial recall, compounding debt liability, and Goblin-enforced remediation. Harry sat back. The light bulb swung slightly, though there was no breeze. The shadows in the cupboard shifted and settled. He looked at the parchment for a long time. Then he rolled it back up carefully, held it in both hands, and looked at the closed door of the cupboard and the line of light coming under it and the sound of the television in the other room. Then he looked down at his hands. Small hands. A 5-year-old's hands. The knuckle on his right index finger had a scab on it from where Dudley had stamped on it last week. The word deference was still floating in his head. He didn't know exactly what it meant, but it was near servant and it was pointed at Vernon, and that was enough. He tucked the parchment under his thin mattress, behind the part where the cot frame bent. He lay down on his back and stared at the sloped ceiling above him, which was the underside of the staircase, and listened to his own breathing. He didn't sleep for a long time. Not because he was frightened. Because he was thinking. The next morning, Aunt Petunia made breakfast. This meant, in practical terms, that Harry made breakfast and Petunia directed the operation from the kitchen doorway while simultaneously keeping one eye on the back garden and one eye on the hallway to ensure Dudley descended the stairs with maximum ceremony. It was a procedure Harry could perform in his sleep: bacon first, then eggs, then toast at the last moment so it was still warm, then the coffee which had to be exactly the right color and the orange juice which had to be exactly the right level in the glass. He did it all this morning with a slightly different quality of attention than usual. He was watching Vernon. Uncle Vernon was a big man, wide-shouldered and thick through the middle, with a mustache that communicated his moods more efficiently than his face did, and this morning the mustache was expressing satisfaction. He sat at the head of the table with his newspaper folded to the business section and accepted his coffee without looking up. Harry set the cup down and looked at Vernon's hands and thought about the word obligation. Vernon didn't notice. Vernon rarely noticed Harry except as a source of minor irritation or occasional utility. He took a sip of coffee, turned a page of the paper, and said, without looking up, "Don't just stand there, boy. Back in your cupboard until you're needed." Harry went back to the cupboard. He sat on his cot and got the parchment out from under the mattress and unrolled it again and started at the beginning. This was how the next several months went. By Christmas, Harry could read most of the document. Not all of it. Some sections were in a script he didn't recognize, angular and sharp, nothing like the letters he was learning at school, but the English portions were becoming clear. The story the parchment told was this: a man named Marvolo Gaunt, Harry didn't know the name, had established a compact with Gringotts Bank in 1870. The compact was a financial instrument, which Harry now understood meant a formal agreement about money. It created an obligation: certain properties and certain people were tied to the bank, meaning the bank had authority over financial arrangements involving them in perpetuity. The compact had passed from Gaunt to his daughter Maripi, and then, in a section that was heavily annotated in different inks, clearly updated after the original writing, it had transferred to Lily Evans, Harry's mother, upon her coming of age, because of some connection between the families that Harry couldn't quite work out yet. There was a word in there, bloodline, that appeared next to Lily's name and the Gaunt name both. When Lily died, the compact transferred to Harry. All of it. All obligations. All entitlements. And when Vernon Dursley had taken Harry in, had signed the guardianship papers at the request of one Albus Dumbledore, who appeared in a footnote that made Harry's eyes narrow, he had also, knowingly, signed an addendum to the compact. He had accepted monthly payments from Gringotts. Quite substantial ones, based on the figures listed. More than enough to explain how the Dursleys could afford the house and Dudley's bikes and Vernon's car on a drill salesman's salary. He'd been taking money. Harry's money. And in exchange, the contract said he owed Harry service. Harry read that part again. Service. The same word that he got sent to the cupboard for not performing. He folded the parchment very precisely and put it back under his mattress and lay very still in the dark and let the full shape of the thing arrange itself in his mind. He was 5 years old and he did not have all the words for what he was feeling. But here is what it was the feeling of a boy who has spent his entire conscious life believing that his smallness was permanent, his powerlessness structural, his hunger and cold and fear and loneliness simply the natural condition of being Harry, who has just discovered, in a hollow behind a loose brick, that none of it was ever actually true. It wasn't happiness, exactly. It wasn't even triumph. It was something quieter than that and much, much more dangerous. It was understanding. The following spring, Harry started asking for things. Not big things. Not yet. He was 6 now, and cautious in the way that children who have learned to be careful become cautious, not timid, but strategic. He watched first. He asked small. The first time, he simply refused to make breakfast until he was given a glass of water. It sounds trivial. It was not trivial. The dynamic that had existed at number 4, Privet Drive, since Harry's arrival was a very specific kind of social architecture, carefully maintained by everyone in the house, including Harry, whose compliance had always been the foundation of it. The moment he stopped complying, even slightly, the whole thing shifted. What did you say? Vernon's mustache went from morning satisfaction to approaching weather in approximately half a second. I said I'm thirsty, Harry said. Could I have a glass of water first? You can have water after you, I'd like it now, please. The please was deliberate. Harry had decided that being polite was important, not because he was afraid but because it was strategically sound. Polite requests were harder to refuse without looking unreasonable. And right now, the most important thing was not to reveal the parchment. Not yet. He wasn't ready. He needed to understand more of it. Vernon's face went through a sequence of expressions that Harry found fascinating to observe. There was the initial swell of anger, the automatic resort to authority, and then, something else. A flicker. A hesitation. Like a man who has heard a sound he can't quite place and isn't sure whether it matters. He got Harry a glass of water. He didn't say anything about it. He just got it, set it on the counter with slightly more force than necessary, and went back to his newspaper. Harry drank the water and made the breakfast. He stored the data carefully. Over the following months, he tested various small things. He asked to sit at the table for meals instead of eating in the cupboard. He asked for a library card. He asked to have the broken light bulb in his cupboard replaced with a working one. Vernon agreed to all of them, each time with that same flicker, that hesitation that wasn't quite guilt but lived in the same neighborhood as it. The library card was the most important one. Harry took books out with systematic thoroughness, dictionaries first, then encyclopedias, then anything that looked dense and informative. He was looking for specific things. The words in the parchment. Goblin commercial law. Binding magical compacts. Gringotts Bank. The public library at Little Whinging had nothing on goblins. Harry had not expected it to. But it had a great deal on contract law, dusty volumes shelved at the back of the reference section that no child had ever looked at, and while the specific legal framework of the parchment was clearly not Muggle law, the underlying principles of contracts were recognizably similar. Obligations. Consideration. Breach. Remedy. He was 7 by the time he had a working vocabulary for what the parchment actually said. He was 7.5 when he decided to go to Gringotts. This required planning. He knew Gringotts was in London. He knew this because the parchment had a London address on it, Diagon Alley, which he assumed was a real place, and because one of the encyclopedias at the library had a brief entry on British wizarding culture that mentioned the bank in passing, dismissively, as a fairy tale institution. Harry had made a note. He also knew he was not supposed to leave Privet Drive unaccompanied. He solved this problem the way he solved most problems, he watched until an opportunity presented itself. Mrs. Figg, who lived 2 streets over and smelled of cats and kept an eye on Harry sometimes when the Dursleys went out, had a weekly grocery delivery that required a signature. The delivery driver occasionally came early, before Mrs. Figg was back from her own morning walk, and in those cases Mrs. Figg had asked Harry, twice, now, to sign for her, because he was the only one available. Harry cultivated this arrangement carefully. He was helpful and reliable and quiet, and Mrs. Figg trusted him, and trust was a currency he was beginning to understand. In July, the summer before he turned 8, Mrs. Figg went to visit her sister in Bath for 3 days and asked Harry to collect her post and water her plants. She gave him a key. She also, in a fit of generosity, gave him a £5 note for his trouble. Harry waited until the Dursleys were occupied, a Saturday, Dudley's football match, all 3 of them out of the house from morning, and he took the £5 and his parchment, rolled tight inside the sleeve of his oversized jumper, and walked to the bus stop. The bus to London was 1 hour and 40 minutes. Harry had worked this out. He had also worked out that Charing Cross Road was the nearest above-ground landmark to Diagon Alley, which he had found in a book, not a library book, but a small, battered paperback that had fallen out of someone's bag on the bus once and had a chapter titled Wizarding Britain, Fact and Folklore that was more factual than the author probably intended. He sat at the back of the bus with his knees together and the parchment pressed against his ribs and watched London grow up around the windows, grey and vast and indifferent, and felt absolutely no fear whatsoever. This was simply true. He had been frightened of Vernon. He had been frightened of Dudley and of the belt that was sometimes a threat and occasionally a reality, and of the locked door and the hunger that came with it. He had been frightened of all kinds of small, immediate, domestic things that could actually hurt him. A train ride into London to find a bank. That was not frightening. That was just difficult, which was a completely different category of thing. He got off at the stop nearest Charing Cross Road and walked until the road felt right. There was a sensation, which he had learned to pay attention to, of something slightly sideways about certain places, like looking at a word you've read so many times it stops looking like a word, and then he stood on the pavement and waited. A very old woman walked through a wall. Harry watched her do it. She went through the wall of what appeared from the outside to be a small, dingy pub. The Leaky Cauldron, said the sign, that he realized he could suddenly see only because he was looking for it. Everyone else on the street walked past without so much as a glance. Harry walked up to the door of the pub and opened it. Inside, the Leaky Cauldron was dark and warm and smelled of old wood and something slightly alchemical, like a chemistry classroom crossed with a hearth fire. It was populated by people who looked, at first glance, eccentric in ways that resolved, on second glance, into strange, and on third glance into something closer to other, like the difference between a dog in a hat for a photograph and a dog that has genuinely decided to live as a person. Several people glanced at Harry. One of them, a very small man with a pointed hat that had a live moth attached to the brim, stared. Harry walked through the pub and through the door at the back into the courtyard, which was a small cobbled square. He had read about the entrance. He counted 3 bricks up and 2 across from the dustbin and tapped the right one, which he was guessing about, because he hadn't been able to find the specific number and he was working from general inference. Nothing happened. He tried a brick to the left. Nothing. He stood in the courtyard and looked at the wall and thought about it. Then he thought about the parchment, and about how the wax seal had broken with that sound like a small bell, and about the fact that he was Harry Potter, and that the parchment had his name on it, and that according to everything he'd managed to piece together about magic, bloodlines mattered. He pressed his palm flat against the wall, not tapping, just pressing, the way he had pressed against the loose brick in the cupboard, and thought open. The wall opened. Diagon Alley unfolded in front of him like a sentence he'd been trying to read for years and had finally gotten all at once. He stood at the entrance for exactly 2 seconds. He allowed himself 2 seconds to absorb it, the crooked buildings and the impossible colors and the owls in cages and the cauldrons in windows and the rolling, busy, entirely magical normalcy of it, and then he walked in. Gringotts was at the end of the alley, impossible to miss, white marble and towering and official in a way that made the rest of the street look like decoration. Flanking the entrance were 2 goblins in red and gold uniforms, standing very straight with the controlled alertness of people who were employed specifically to notice things. Harry walked up the steps. One of the goblins said, "Halt." It was not a question. "I have business," Harry said. The goblin's eyes moved to him, flat, assessing, the eyes of something that had been evaluating the legitimacy of claims for several hundred years and did not find the exercise especially interesting anymore. "What sort of business?" Harry reached into his sleeve and drew out the parchment. He held it out. The goblin looked at it without touching it. Then it looked at Harry. Its expression, which had been neutral, shifted to something that wasn't quite surprise. Goblins, Harry would later learn, had very complicated relationships with surprise, but was something more like recalibration. "Come with me," it said. The inside of Gringotts was everything the outside promised and then some. The ceiling was high and ribbed with stone, and the hall was full of goblins at long counters, conducting transactions with the brisk efficiency of people who understood that time was money in a way that was not metaphorical but literally encoded in the interest rates. Harry was taken through a side door and down a corridor and into a room that was smaller than the main hall and considerably quieter. There was a single large desk, and behind it sat the largest goblin Harry had ever seen, which is to say the only goblin Harry had ever seen before the 2 at the door, but who clearly occupied a different category regardless. He was old. Old in the way that very old rocks are old, not fragile, but geological. His face was a cartography of experience, and his eyes, dark and sharp, fixed on Harry with the quality of attention that very important people reserve for things that might turn out to matter. "Sit," he said. Harry sat. The goblin held out one hand, and Harry placed the parchment in it. The goblin unrolled it, held it under the light of a candelabra, and read. He read for a very long time. Occasionally he made a small sound, not readable, just the auditory equivalent of a human going hum. At last he put the parchment down on the desk and looked at Harry. "You found this yourself," he said. It was not quite a question. "Yes," Harry said. "And you read it yourself?" "Most of it. Not the parts in the other writing." The goblin looked at him. "The other writing is gobbledygook. Our language. It specifies the enforcement clauses." He paused. "They are quite severe." "I thought they might be," Harry said. "That's actually why I came. I wanted to know if it was real." "It is real," the goblin said. "My name is Sharpstone. I am a senior arbiter of Gringotts Bank, and this document is one of the most comprehensively binding financial compacts in our archives. I have seen its originating entry. It was registered in 1870 under Marvolo Gaunt and has been continuously valid through every succession." He looked at Harry very carefully. "You are Harry James Potter?" "Yes." "You are 7 years old." "Almost 8. Sharpstone considered this information. He looked at the parchment again and then back at Harry with the expression of a being who had seen a great many unusual things over a very long career and was currently deciding which category this one fell into. "The household of Vernon Dursley," he said, "has been in receipt of quarterly payments from this bank since the 1st of November 1981. Payments disbursed under the guardianship provision of this compact, specifically conditional upon compliance with Section 4, servile deference and material provision." "Have they complied?" Harry asked. Sharpstone was quiet for a moment. "No," he said. "They have not." The word landed between them on the desk like something with weight. "What happens when they don't comply?" Harry asked. "The full outstanding balance becomes immediately recoverable," Sharpstone said. "All payments made to date are reclassified as debt. The household is subject to goblin collection proceedings, which are," he paused, and something moved in his expression that might, in a different kind of face, have been satisfaction. "Comprehensive." Harry nodded slowly. He looked at his hands in his lap. The scab on his knuckle had long since healed, but he remembered where it had been. "I don't want to ruin them," he said. "Not yet." Sharpstone raised an eyebrow. It was an impressive eyebrow. "Not yet. I want them to know that I know," Harry said. "I want it to stop. The cupboard and the not enough food and all of it. And then," he paused, working something out. "I want to know about the other vaults." Sharpstone went very still. "What other vaults?" Harry asked. "Who told you? The parchment says financial custody, plural. In Section 2, the bit about material inheritance. It says vaults, not vault." Harry looked at him steadily. "I read it very carefully." Sharpstone looked at Harry Potter, 7 years, nearly 8, small and thin in clothes several sizes too large, with round glasses and a scar like a lightning bolt on his forehead, and said nothing for a long moment. Then he got up from his desk and went to the wall and pressed something Harry couldn't see, and a panel swung open to reveal a shelf of ledgers, and he took one out and opened it and ran one long finger down a column of entries. "The trust vault," he said. "You know about that one. Set up at your birth for general expenses." "Yes." "The secondary vault. Your father's family holdings. Properties, investments, and other materials accumulated by the Potter line over approximately 3 centuries. Harry's mouth was dry. "And the third?" Sharpstone turned to look at him. "The third vault," Sharpstone said, "has been sealed pending majority by instruction of Albus Dumbledore. It pertains to assets transferred from the Evans succession, your mother's line, which connects, through the goblin registry, to the Gaunt Compact. The compact you are currently holding. He paused. Dumbledore sealed it the same week you were placed with the Dursleys. The room was very quiet. Outside in the main hall, Harry could hear the distant industry of the bank going about its business, the clink of gold, the shuffle of papers, the quiet precision of a place that took obligation very seriously. Can he do that? Harry asked. Seal it? He was acting as your provisional guardian in the wizarding world. He had certain authorities. But I'm here now, Harry said. And I'm the heir. Sharpstone looked at him for a long time with those dark, sharp eyes. Yes, the goblin said. You are. He sat back down behind the desk and placed the parchment between them and folded his hands together, and his expression was not warm. Goblins were rarely warm, and Sharpstone less than most, but there was something in it that was, in its own way, something like respect. There are, Sharpstone said, certain procedures. Tell me about them, Harry said. Outside, the afternoon light shifted through the high marble windows of Gringotts and fell in long pale columns across the counters and the stone floors, and somewhere in the warren of corridors and vaults beneath, in the dark where the dragons were kept, the bank went on turning its slow and massive wheels. Harry Potter leaned forward in his chair, elbows on the desk, and listened. He got back to Privet Drive at 5:30 with 45 minutes to spare before the Dursleys returned from Dudley's football. He had 5 new words written on the inside of his forearm in biro, pressed hard so they wouldn't smear: account access, bloodline recognition, arbiter appointment, provisional authority, proceedings initiation. He washed them off in the kitchen sink and dried his arm on his sleeve and stood in the hallway for a moment, looking at the cupboard under the stairs with its small door and its peeling paint and the bolt on the outside that was supposed to keep him in. Then he unbolted it himself, from the outside, and opened the door and looked at the cot and the light bulb and the spiders. Margaret was in her corner. She'd built her web a bit further across the ceiling since yesterday, expanding her territory in the methodical way that she always had. Good instinct, Harry told her. He went inside, sat on his cot, and got the parchment out, and began reading the parts he hadn't gotten to yet. He had time. He had, in fact, considerably more time than anyone in number 4, Privet Drive had yet realized. That was the thing about finding a document that changed everything. It didn't change everything all at once. It changed everything one word at a time, until one day you looked up and the world was arranged differently and you couldn't remember what you had ever been afraid of. Harry was almost 8 years old, and he had found a loose brick in a wall, and behind it had been a piece of paper, and the piece of paper said that the world owed him something. He intended to collect. Chapter 2, Terms and Conditions. The first thing Harry did when he got back to Gringotts, 3 weeks later, on a Saturday when the Dursleys were at Aunt Marge's and Mrs. Figg was watching him, which meant Mrs. Figg was drinking tea and Harry was technically unsupervised, was bring a list. It was written on the back of a sheet of Dudley's homework, which Dudley had abandoned halfway through and shoved under the sofa, and it had 12 items on it, organized by category. Harry had spent the 3 weeks doing what he always did when he encountered a problem. He read everything available and thought carefully and wrote things down in the precise, economical handwriting that his teachers always commented on because it seemed wrong, somehow, coming from a 7-year-old in oversized clothes who was clearly not being given enough to eat. Sharpstone received him in the same side office. There was tea on the desk this time, a small pot, 2 cups, the kind of gesture that communicated nothing emotional but said very clearly, I have decided this meeting will be productive. Harry appreciated that. He poured his own cup without being invited and set the list on the desk between them. Sharpstone read it without touching it first, which Harry had already begun to understand was a goblin habit: read before you handle, assess before you commit. You want a full accounting, Sharpstone said. Of all 3 vaults. The 3rd vault is sealed. I know. I want to know exactly how it's sealed, who authorized the seal, and what the specific mechanism is. Sharpstone's eyes moved to the next item. You want copies of all transactions from the trust vault since 1981. Every disbursement. Every receipt. Everything Vernon Dursley was paid. That is, Sharpstone paused. That is a substantial number of documents. I can read quickly, Harry said. Sharpstone moved to the third item. He was quiet for a moment. You want a reading primer. For gobbledygook. You said the enforcement clauses are in your language. I want to read them myself. The goblin looked up from the list. It was a particular kind of look, not approval exactly, but something in the family of it, the way a chess master looks at a student who has, unexpectedly, identified the right piece without being told which one it was. Gobbledygook is not a written language in the way that English is written, Sharpstone said. The script in the compact is a formalized legal notation. It is not the same as spoken gobbledygook. But you can teach me to read it. It is not traditionally, I know it's not traditional, Harry said. That's not what I asked. Another pause. Longer this time. I can provide you with a notation key, Sharpstone said finally. A codex. Our legal script operates on a root symbol system. If you understand the root symbols, you can parse most formal documents. That's what I need. Sharpstone looked at the rest of the list, items 4 through 12, and then he looked at Harry, and he did something that Harry would later learn was remarkably unusual for a senior Gringotts arbiter, which was that he leaned back in his chair and took a breath. You are 7 years old, Sharpstone said. Almost 8, Harry said, which was what he always said. You came here alone on a public bus, having navigated both the Muggle transport system and the concealment charms on the leaky cauldron entrance. I pressed my hand on the wall. That works for wizards, yes. The point is that you found the mechanism without being told it. I inferred it, Harry said. From context. Sharpstone was quiet for a moment, and then he said something that was not quite a laugh. Goblins didn't laugh the way humans did, it was more of a controlled exhale through the nose that communicated amusement in the way that a ledger entry communicates profit, but was in that direction. Item 7, he said, looking back at the list. You want to know if there is any legal mechanism by which Dumbledore's seal on the third vault can be challenged. He sealed assets that belong to me, Harry said. Without my knowledge or consent. I want to know if that's something I can contest. You are a minor. I'm aware. But the compact predates Hogwarts, predates the guardianship arrangement, and predates whatever authority Dumbledore claimed. The compact is the senior instrument. Sharpstone said nothing for a moment. Then, where did you learn the principle of senior instrument? Contract law textbook. Little Whinging Public Library. Third shelf from the back in the reference section. It was covered in dust. Harry paused. The librarian was surprised when I asked for it. I told her it was for a school project. This time the exhale through the nose sound was longer. The compact is indeed the senior instrument, Sharpstone said. In Goblin commercial law, it supersedes any subsequent wizarding authority. The seal Dumbledore placed on the third vault was, he chose the next word carefully, irregular. It was within the boundaries of his provisional authority, technically. But only technically. Can I break it? Not yet. Not until you are older and have established formal claim through the bloodline recognition process. Which starts when? When you are of sufficient magical maturity to complete the recognition rite. We assess this on an individual basis. Harry nodded. He filed this away under later, the pile was growing, but it was organized, and he knew the difference between what needed to happen now and what needed to happen eventually. The Dursley payments, he said. Start there. The accounting took most of the morning. A junior goblin, young by goblin standards, which meant he looked approximately 40 years old and had the harried expression of someone perpetually trying to prove himself, brought in a ledger the size of a small coffee table and set it open on the desk, and Sharpstone walked Harry through it with the systematic precision of someone who had, in his career, seen every variety of financial malfeasance and found most of it boring. The payments to Vernon Dursley had begun on the 3rd of November 1981, 3 days after Harry arrived at Privet Drive. Quarterly disbursements. The amount had started at 50 galleons per quarter, a substantial sum, more than enough to cover Harry's food, clothing, school supplies, and basic welfare with money left over, and had gradually increased, presumably as Harry aged and his needs theoretically grew. The total disbursed to date, as of that Saturday in 1988, was 412 galleons. Harry wrote that number down. "And what," he said, looking at the ledger, "does Section 4 of the Compact say constitutes compliance?" Sharpstone turned to a copy of the compact that he had apparently made and filed. Goblins, Harry was learning, made copies of everything, and read from it with the flat precision of someone reciting from memory while using the document as a formality. Section 4 requires material comfort, adequate food, clothing appropriate to the climate and the heir's activities, a sleeping space of no less than 8 square feet with natural light access, and freedom from physical harm. Section 4 also requires educational provision at the standard appropriate to the heir's age and demonstrated ability. Section 4 additionally requires that all financial decisions affecting the heir's assets be made in the heir's interest and with the heir's knowledge upon reaching the age of comprehension, defined as the point at which the heir can demonstrably understand the terms of this compact. He stopped. "Natural light access," Harry said. "Yes. My room is under the stairs. There's no window." Sharpstone looked at him steadily. "I am aware of what a cupboard under the stairs typically contains. And adequate food. The compact specifies 3 meals daily of sufficient nutritional content." "I've been getting 1.5, Harry said. It was not said with self-pity. It was said in exactly the tone you would use to read a discrepancy from a ledger. Sometimes too, if I didn't do anything to make Uncle Vernon angry." The junior goblin with the large ledger had stopped writing and was looking at Harry with an expression that suggested he was recalibrating several prior assumptions about the situation. "The Dursley household," Sharpstone said carefully, "has been in material breach of the compact since approximately the second week of November 1981. So they owe it back. Under the enforcement clauses, all payments made during a period of non-compliance are reclassified as debt at a compounding interest rate of," he checked the document, 15% per annum, calculated monthly. Harry looked at the ceiling. He wasn't very good at rapid compound interest yet, he made a note to learn it, but he could tell that 412 galleons at 15% per annum for almost 7 years was going to be a number that made Vernon Dursley's mustache do something catastrophic. "I don't want them destroyed," Harry said again. He had thought about this more carefully over the past 3 weeks. "If they go bankrupt, I end up back in the system. Some other arrangement. Less predictable. Pragmatic," Sharpstone said, which from him was high praise. "I want 2 things, Harry said. First, I want the breach formally documented. I want Gringotts to hold that documentation. Not act on it yet, just hold it. So that if I ever need it, it's there. A suspended enforcement notice." "Yes. Is that possible?" "It is unusual. But the compact grants the heir significant discretion in enforcement timing." Sharpstone paused. "And the second thing?" Harry looked at him. "I want them to know," he said. "Not about the debt. Not about all of this. Just, I want Vernon to know that I know about the payments. I want to see what he does with that." Sharpstone considered this for a moment. "You want to watch him," Sharpstone said. "I want to understand what he's actually afraid of," Harry said. "Because right now he acts like he's afraid of me being there. Like my existence threatens him. I want to know if that's just general unpleasantness, or if it's specific. If he knows what the compact means." "Based on our records," Sharpstone said, flipping to a correspondence section of the ledger, "Vernon Dursley signed the compact addendum on the 4th of November 1981. He was advised by an intermediary, not Albus Dumbledore directly, but a representative from the ministry, that the payments were contingent on providing appropriate guardianship. But was he told about Section 4? The deference requirement?" Sharpstone paused. He turned several pages. He found something and read it and made a small expression that Harry couldn't quite decode. The intermediary, Sharpstone said, described the arrangement to Mr. Dursley as, and I am reading directly, a straightforward housing subsidy in exchange for basic care and maintenance. They soft-pedaled it, Harry said. They described a binding magical contract with enforcement clauses as a housing subsidy, Sharpstone said, with a dryness that suggested he had opinions about this which he was choosing not to fully express. So Vernon might not know about the deference clauses. He knows about the payments. He knows there are conditions. Whether he understood the full scope of those conditions is, Sharpstone paused. A question I cannot answer from the documentation. Harry nodded slowly. He thought about that flicker in Vernon's expression. That hesitation. The way he'd gotten a glass of water without arguing, in the end. He knows something is wrong, Harry said. He just doesn't know how wrong. That would be consistent with the behavior you describe, Sharpstone said. Harry picked up his pen and crossed items 1 through 3 off his list. The codex, he said. Can I have it today? He went home with a scroll of parchment tucked inside his jumper and the number 412 in his head and a list of root symbols that he was already starting to memorize by the time he got on the bus. The codex was not a language lesson. Sharpstone had been clear about that. It was a notation key, a reference document, meant to be consulted alongside a legal text rather than internalized the way you internalized vocabulary. But Harry had looked at it for 30 minutes on the bus and already identified the repeating structures, the way the root symbols combined into larger units, the way letters combined into words, and he thought that with the compact in front of him and the codex beside it, he could probably work out most of the enforcement clauses within a week. He was home before the Dursleys returned, the parchment back under his mattress next to the compact, and he was sitting on his cot doing homework when he heard the car in the driveway. Dudley burst through the front door in the way he always burst through things, which was by using his body as a declaration of intent. He'd had an excellent day, Harry could tell from the volume of his voice, and he wanted the household to understand this immediately and adjust its mood accordingly. Harry listened to the sounds of the house settling back into its normal rhythms. Vernon's keys on the hook. Petunia's light step to the kitchen. Dudley's thunderous ascent to his room, presumably to reacquaint himself with his possessions after the long absence of an afternoon. Then Vernon's footstep, heavier, stopping outside the cupboard door. Harry sat very still. "Boy," Vernon said. "You eaten?" This was unusual. Not the use of boy, that was standard, but the question. Vernon did not typically inquire about Harry's eating. Whether Harry had eaten was a matter of administrative record, meals were or were not provided, and the details were Petunia's department. "No," Harry said. "Not since this morning." A pause. Longer than necessary. "Petunia," Vernon called, without moving from the doorway. "Make something for the boy." Harry sat very still and thought about that for a long time after Vernon's footsteps moved away to the living room. The deference requirement was, as Harry read it over the following weeks with the codex beside him, more comprehensive than he had initially understood. It wasn't just money. It wasn't just food and sleeping arrangements. It was a legally binding subordination of Vernon Dursley's domestic authority, in all matters that intersected with Harry's welfare and interests, to Harry himself. The word deference had a specific legal meaning in the goblin framework. It meant, essentially, that in any situation where Harry's interest and Vernon's preference conflicted, Vernon's preference yielded. Not in a dramatic, theatrical sense, the compact didn't require Vernon to bow or apologize or perform servitude. It required him to yield. To make space. To stop taking up Harry's room with other people's boxes and Harry's food with other people's excess and Harry's future with other people's fear. Harry read the enforcement clauses, which were indeed in the root symbol notation, and was pleased to find that he'd already decoded most of them correctly. The specific remedies for non-compliance were, first, reclassification of all subsidy payments as debt, second, application of the compounding interest rate Sharpstone had mentioned, third, and this was the one Harry read 3 times, goblin enforced property assessment and partial seizure to satisfy outstanding debt at the discretion of Gringotts. Goblin enforced property assessment. Harry had a fairly clear idea of what that looked like in practice. He had seen a program once about bailiffs. He thought about number 4, Privet Drive, the neat garden and the new car and the kitchen with all its appliances, and thought about how much of it had been bought with money that technically represented a debt to him, and felt something that was not quite satisfaction but was in the same county. He was not going to do anything with this yet. He had told Sharpstone he wanted the documentation held, and he meant it. But knowing it was there, knowing that the entire architecture of Vernon's comfortable life was sitting on a foundation that Harry now held the deed to, was enough for now. It was more than enough. The autumn he turned 8, Harry started expanding his visits to Gringotts into something more systematic. He had, by this point, established a reliable cover. Mrs. Figg had grown to trust him to the extent that she regularly sent him on errands into town, the post office, the chemist, once the hardware store for a specific variety of screw that she insisted only one place stocked. Harry performed these errands with absolute reliability and kept the change, which accumulated slowly into a small float that he kept in a tobacco tin hidden behind the loose brick with the compact and the codex. The London trips were less frequent, once a month at most, always requiring the alignment of Dursley's absence and a viable excuse, but they were productive. He and Sharpstone had settled into a routine that was not exactly friendship but was a functional professional relationship, which Harry found he preferred. Friendship involved emotional obligations that were complicated. Professional relationships involved clear terms. At their October meeting, Sharpstone placed a new document on the desk alongside the customary tea. "Your bloodline recognition assessment," he said. "We conducted it last month based on your interaction with the compact entrance to Diagon Alley." Harry looked at the document. It was headed with the Gringotts crest, a key on a dark ground, and was dense with notation. "And you have sufficient magical maturity to begin the formal claim process," Sharpstone said. "This is earlier than we typically see. What does the claim process involve?" "A formal blood recognition before the Arbiter's Council. You present yourself, the compact, evidence of bloodline, and a statement of claim. The Council validates the hereditary succession and formally registers you as the Potter heir with full management rights. And then I can access all 3 vaults. The first 2, immediately. The third," Sharpstone paused. "The seal on the 3rd vault is a matter that will require a formal challenge. Even with full recognition, Dumbledore's seal creates a procedural obstacle that we will need to address separately. But I'll be formally registered." "Yes. Meaning any further decisions about my finances require my consent." "Meaning," Sharpstone said, "that anyone who attempts to manage your financial affairs without your consent is acting in violation of both the Compact and Goblin commercial law." Harry nodded. He thought about the intermediary who had described the Compact to Vernon as a housing subsidy. He thought about Dumbledore, who had sealed the 3rd vault and placed him with the Dursleys and never, as far as Harry could tell, once checked whether the Compact was being honored. "When can we schedule the council?" Harry asked. The Arbiter's Council met on the last Thursday of November. Harry arrived at Gringotts that morning in his school uniform, which was the smartest thing he owned. He had pressed the shirt himself with Petunia's iron while she was in the garden, and the crease was not quite right but it was close. He had done something more or less successful with his hair using water, although by the time he arrived it had reverted entirely to its natural state of determined unruliness. He did not think about how he looked. He thought about the sequence of events. The Arbiter's Council chamber was underground, reached by one of the carts, which Harry rode in a state of ferocious concentration, refusing to let the terrifying speed and the darkness and the drop interfere with his mental preparation. The chamber itself was circular and carved from deep stone and lit by something that was not quite fire, a cold blue-white luminescence that came from the walls themselves. There were 9 goblins in the chamber. Sharpstone was among them, seated to the right of the central seat, which was occupied by an elder Harry had not met, Grimvault, the chief arbiter, whose age was impossible to estimate and whose expression suggested that he had personally adjudicated disputes since before the current political arrangements of Europe were settled. Harry stood in the center of the chamber with the compact in both hands and said his name and his birthdate and his parentage and his claim, in the exact phrasing that Sharpstone had given him to memorize, without hesitation and without looking at the document. Grimvault asked him 3 questions. They were, in order, whether he came to the claim of his own will, whether he understood the obligations attached to the Potter inheritance as well as the entitlements, and whether he accepted the precedents of goblin commercial law in all matters arising from the compact. Harry said yes to all 3. The blood recognition was a small ritual, a drop of blood on the compact, which absorbed it with a golden shimmer and then produced a new line of text at the bottom of the document, in both English and goblin notation, confirming Harry James Potter as recognized heir and principal claimant. It took 11 minutes. Afterward, in the cart on the way back up to the main hall, Sharpstone said, without looking at Harry, "You recited the claim correctly." "I practiced." "You did not flinch at the needle." "It was a very small needle," Harry said. "Children typically flinch." "I've been hurt worse by Dudley," Harry said, with the same matter-of-fact tone he used for ledger entries. Sharpstone was quiet for a moment. Then, "The suspended enforcement notice is filed. The full accounting is archived. Your formal recognition is registered. You now have management authority over the trust vault and the secondary vault." He paused. "Shall we visit them?" They visited the trust vault first. Harry had been in the main hall of Gringotts many times now. He had watched wizards come and go, pulling gold from their vaults with the casual ease of people who didn't think very hard about where it came from. He had thought, watching them, that he was probably meant to be one of those people, and that someone had made a decision to prevent that from happening, and that the decision had been presented as being for his own good. The trust vault was smaller than he'd expected, a cube of perhaps 15 feet on a side, and it was full of gold. Not full exactly. But there was a great deal of it. More than Harry could easily quantify on first sight, which was itself extraordinary for a boy whose entire financial reality had, until recently, been whatever coins dropped out of the pockets of Dudley's hand-me-down trousers. He stood in the entrance of the vault and looked at it for exactly as long as he allowed himself to look at things, which was 2 seconds. Then he went in and looked at the ledger on the vault's interior wall. They all had them, Sharpstone explained, a running account of contents, and read the balance. The secondary vault was bigger. He didn't take any gold that day. He had thought about this decision carefully and decided against it, for reasons that were primarily strategic. Taking gold meant spending gold, and spending gold meant someone noticing a child in Diagon Alley making purchases, and someone noticing led to questions, and questions led to Dumbledore, and he was not ready for Dumbledore. He also didn't know what he needed yet. He had a list, he always had a list, but it was still incomplete. He needed information before he needed resources. He needed to understand the full landscape before he started moving pieces. What he did take, from the secondary vault, was books. The secondary vault had an entire section of shelving along the back wall, stacked with volumes that had clearly been there for a very long time, Potter family volumes, research texts, diaries, legal correspondence. Harry stood in front of them and pulled out 3 that looked most immediately useful, a text on wizarding law, a history of significant magical contracts in Britain, and a journal with the initials J.P. on the cover in faded gold that he recognized, from the vault's ledger, as belonging to his father. He tucked them inside his oversized jumper and rode the cart back up to the main hall and walked out of Gringotts into the thin November sunlight of Diagon Alley and felt the weight of the books against his ribs and thought that this was what it felt like to begin. He read his father's journal on the bus home, holding it low against his knee so no one could see it over his shoulder. James Potter had been 17 when he started the journal, finishing his 6th year at Hogwarts, and his writing was large and slightly careless and full of opinions about things Harry didn't yet have context for, Quidditch teams and professors and something called a marauder that James seemed to use as both noun and verb. But interspersed with the school noise were other things, notes on family history, references to the Potter inheritance, mentions of a vault that James called the Old One with a combination of reverence and slight embarrassment, the way you reference something you know is important but haven't quite gotten around to understanding. And there, on a page near the back, written in slightly smaller letters than the rest, James had written, "Dad says the Gaunt compact transferred to Mum through the Evans line. Something about Mara P. Gaunt's daughter marrying a Muggle but the magical bloodline tracing through anyway. He says it's complicated and mostly just means the goblins are very interested in us, which I think was supposed to be reassuring but wasn't." Harry read that twice. Then he read it again. The Evans line. His mother. Mara P. Gaunt's daughter. Which meant, he worked it out slowly, careful about the logic, that his mother was related to the Gaunts, and the Gaunts were the original signatories of the compact, and the compact had transferred through the magical bloodline regardless of the Muggle marriage in the middle. He didn't know who Mara P. Gaunt's daughter was. He didn't know who Mara P. Gaunt was, for that matter. He made a note. He also made a note of something else that James had written, on the same page, smaller still: "The compact is basically a weapon if you know how to hold it. Dad says we should leave it alone. I think Dad is wrong about this." Harry put the journal back inside his jumper and looked out the bus window at the grey motorway and the grey sky and the grey November fields sliding past, and thought that he and James Potter would probably have agreed on a great deal. December brought cold, and the specific misery of Dursley Christmases, which were events from which Harry was systematically excluded. There was a tree in the living room with gold lights and a great mass of presents under it, none of which were for Harry, and a kitchen full of good smells, and Dudley walking around in a state of advanced triumph over all the things he was about to receive. Harry sat in his cupboard on Christmas Eve and read the Wizarding Law textbook. And then he heard Vernon outside the door, a pause, the sound of a weight shifting, and then a very strange thing happened, which was a knock. Vernon Dursley had never knocked on the cupboard door. The cupboard door had two states, locked and open from outside. The knock was new. "What?" Harry said. There's something I need to discuss," Vernon said, through the wood, which was also unprecedented. "Come in, then." The door opened. Vernon filled the frame. He was too big for it, really, always had been, his shoulders at the level of the sloped ceiling, and he looked at Harry sitting on his cot with his book in his reading posture and his completely unfrightened expression, and something worked through Vernon's face. He had a piece of paper in his hand. An envelope. "I received this," Vernon said. "From a bank." Harry kept his expression neutral. "What bank?" "It's from," Vernon looked at the envelope. He was clearly having difficulty with the next part. "It's from Gringotts. In London." He looked at Harry. "You know what that is?" "Yes." Vernon's jaw worked. The mustache was doing something complicated. "They've sent, it's a statement. An account statement." He stopped. "For me," Harry said. The color of Vernon's face had been cycling through several varieties of red and was now settling into something closer to an exhausted pink. He handed the envelope to Harry. Harry opened it and read it. It was the suspended enforcement notice, not the full version, just a summary. Account status, compliance review pending. Outstanding notification, item of concern. Heir acknowledges receipt. At the bottom, in Sharpstone's neat formal hand, the heir is aware of all terms. Harry folded it and set it on his knee and looked at Vernon. "You've been getting money," Harry said. "From Gringotts. Every quarter. For taking me in." Vernon said nothing. His hands were at his sides. "And there were conditions," Harry said. "On the money." More silence. But it was a different kind of silence than Vernon usually deployed, not the silence of imminent anger, but the silence of a man who has known for a very long time that a particular conversation was coming and has never, not once, adequately prepared for it. "You knew about the conditions?" Harry asked, and watched Vernon's expression for the answer, because he was fairly sure the spoken answer was not going to be accurate. Vernon opened his mouth. "Don't lie," Harry said. He said it quietly. He said it the way you say something when you don't need to say it loudly because you already know you're right. Vernon closed his mouth again. "I'm not going to do anything about it," Harry said. "Not right now. But I need you to understand that I know. And I need things to change." Vernon stared at him. For the first time in Harry's conscious life, he watched his uncle actually look at him, not through him, not past him, not at him as an obstacle or an inconvenience or a reminder of something unpleasant, but actually look. At this 8-year-old boy sitting on a cot in a cupboard with a piece of official correspondence on his knee, speaking with the measured calm of someone who has done their research. "What things?" Vernon said. His voice was almost normal. "Almost. I want a real room," Harry said. "Dudley's second bedroom. His toys can go in the garage." Vernon opened his mouth. "The alternative," Harry said, "is that I call Gringotts on Monday and tell them I'd like the enforcement review to proceed." He paused. "I don't want to do that. But I will." The statement sat between them. Vernon Dursley was not a stupid man. He was a small man, in the ways that mattered, and a frightened one, and he had made a stupid mistake 6 years ago because he was frightened of something he didn't understand and wanted the money and told himself that it was just paperwork, just a formality, it didn't mean anything. But he was not stupid. And he understood leverage when it was applied to him. "Right," Vernon said. "It came out about the size of a pea." "Thank you," Harry said. He picked up his book again. "Happy Christmas, Uncle Vernon." Vernon stood in the doorway for another moment, the shape of him filling the frame, and then he left, and Harry heard him go down the hallway and into the living room, and then heard, very faintly, the sound of Petunia's voice asking him something, and Vernon's response, which was too low to make out but had the quality of a man reporting difficult news. Harry turned a page. Outside, through the small gap in the cupboard door that he hadn't bothered to close, he could see the edge of the Christmas tree with its gold lights, steady and warm in the darkness of the hallway, and the reflection of them on the polished floor, small and bright and multiplied. He looked at them for a moment, and then he looked back at his book. He had 3 more chapters to get through before bed, and he intended to finish them. Chapter 3, The Weight of Gold. The second bedroom smelled like plastic and old biscuit crumbs and the particular stale sweetness of too many toys in too small a space. Harry stood in the doorway on the 27th of December. Vernon had needed 2 days to work up to moving Dudley's overflow, which Harry had granted without comment, and looked at it with the focused attention of someone taking inventory. It was not a large room. But it had a window. The window faced east, which meant morning light, which meant something that was categorically different from what Harry had been living in for 8 years. He stood in the doorway and looked at the rectangle of grey December sky through the glass and felt something that he did not stop to name, because naming it would have required slowing down and he didn't want to slow down. He wanted to move. Dudley had stood in the hallway behind him during the move, watching with the expression of someone experiencing an injustice so profound it had temporarily short-circuited his usual response mechanisms. He hadn't cried or shouted. He just watched, wide-eyed and uncharacteristically silent, as Vernon carried boxes of his toys past him and down the stairs toward the garage. Petunia had said nothing throughout the entire process. She had made tea and stood in the kitchen doorway with the cup held in both hands, watching, and her expression was, Harry had looked, carefully, once, not angry. Not exactly. It was something more complicated than angry, something that involved her eyes going to Harry and then going somewhere else quickly, like looking at a bright light. He moved his things in 20 minutes. His things were, the compact and the codex and the 3 books from the vault, wrapped in a jumper and placed at the bottom of the wardrobe, a library book on mathematics that was 3 days overdue, 2 sets of Dudley's hand-me-down clothes that were the least enormous of the available options, and Margaret, who had agreed to be transported in a jar and released into the new room's upper left corner, where she immediately set about establishing territorial infrastructure. Harry put the library book on the windowsill and sat on the floor. There was no bed yet, that was a conversation for later. He was pacing himself, and looked at the room. Then he opened the mathematics book and kept reading from where he'd left off. January arrived with the grinding routine of school and the new dynamic of Privet Drive, which was that everything was slightly different in ways that couldn't be precisely identified but that everyone in the house felt constantly. Vernon no longer sent Harry to the cupboard. This was the most visible change. When Vernon was angry, which was frequently, the man ran on a diet of bottled anger and the Daily Mail, he sent Harry to his room, which was a categorically different instruction because it involved a place that had a window and books and was, structurally, the same action he took with Dudley. Harry found this fascinating. Not the leniency itself, but the mechanism of it. Vernon had not become a better person. He had simply recalibrated his behavior under the pressure of consequence. The internal architecture was unchanged. The external expression had been rerouted. He wrote this observation in a small notebook he'd started keeping, which was ostensibly a school diary but contained, in a small and tidy hand in the back pages, notes on the Dursley household dynamics, goblin law principles, and questions he needed to answer. The notebook was stored in the wardrobe with the vault books, but carried to school in his bag because Dudley had worked out that the wardrobe could be accessed and had tested this theory twice. Harry had solved this by putting a very small piece of sellotape across the wardrobe door at the hinge, invisible unless you knew to look, and noting when it was broken. It had been broken twice. After the second time, he'd started carrying anything important with him. He was solving problems. He was always solving problems. He had learned that this was a skill, that problems did not solve themselves, that waiting for adults to fix things was a strategy with an extremely poor track record, and that the particular problems of his life would yield to sufficient attention and planning. The problem he was currently working on was information. He knew, at this point, a great deal about the financial architecture of his situation. He knew about the compact, the vaults, the sealed third vault, the Dursley payments, and his own formal recognition as Potter heir. What he did not know, what the vault books and the library books and all his careful reading had not yet given him, not completely, was the wizarding world itself. Not the financial wizarding world, which he was getting a grip on. The actual one. The schools, the government, the politics, the structure of it, the way it worked day to day. He knew about Hogwarts from his father's journal. James had written about it with the casual intimacy of someone describing a place they considered more home than their actual home, which Harry found both illuminating and quietly aching. He knew from the history text that the Ministry of Magic was the governing body, that it was located in London, that it had a complicated relationship with Gringotts built on mutual suspicion and contractual interdependence. He knew about Quidditch from 3 separate mentions in his father's journal and 1 entry in the wizarding law text that referenced it only to establish a liability precedent. What he needed was a more comprehensive source. He found it in February, in the most unexpected possible location, which was the second-hand shop on the high street that smelled of mildew and old carpet and the particular musty promise of books that had been read by someone else. He went in looking for mathematics texts. He had decided to teach himself through secondary school level by the time he started secondary school, which he thought was achievable in 2 years if he was systematic, and found, in a cardboard box at the back labeled miscellaneous 50 pence each, a book called An Insider's Guide to Modern Wizarding written by one Bathilda Bagshot. It was not obvious at first. The cover looked like any other slightly eccentric history book, slightly faded, slightly warped, with a cover illustration that was a photograph of a street, except that the photograph was moving, which Harry noticed only because he was looking closely, and which confirmed immediately what the book was. He bought it for 50 pence, along with the mathematics text, and read it cover to cover in one night by the light of his east-facing window, lying on the floor because he still didn't have a proper bed, with his knees up and the book propped against them and the night outside going from dark to darker to the very particular quality of dark that preceded dawn. Bathilda Bagshot wrote with the expansive confidence of someone who knew everything about her subject and found it endlessly interesting and assumed you did too. The book was 20 years old, published in 1970, and some of its information was clearly dated, but the structural content was still valid. The Ministry. The 4 Houses of Hogwarts. The International Statute of Secrecy. The concept of blood status, which Bagshot described with measured disapproval, noting that the pure-blood ideology had recently experienced a resurgence that she found both predictable and dispiriting. Harry read the chapter on blood status 3 times. He read the brief section on the First Wizarding War with increasing attention, and then with something that was no longer just attention but something harder and more personal. He had known, in a vague way, that his parents had been killed. The cupboard under the stairs had not been a place that offered much context for that knowledge. But Bagshot's book placed it in a landscape, a war, a movement, a man whose name the book consistently declined to use, referring to him as he who must not be named and the Dark Lord, and whom Harry's father's journal mentioned only twice, in the last 2 pages, with an urgency that suggested James Potter had not expected to have much more time to write. Harry closed the book at 5 in the morning when the sky was going pale grey outside his window and sat for a while. He had a mother and a father. They had names and personalities and a journal and a fight they'd chosen to be part of. They had died in a war that was apparently over, his fault, according to Bagshot, or rather to his credit, the baby who had somehow stopped the Dark Lord, and he had been moved from that story into this one, the Privet Drive story, the cupboard and the hand-me-downs and the cooking and the systematic diminishment, and someone had decided that this was the appropriate outcome. He thought about Dumbledore. The footnote. The sealed vault. The intermediary who had described the compact as a housing subsidy. He picked up his notebook and wrote, in very small letters at the bottom of a page, "Who decided? And why? And did they decide for my benefit or for theirs?" Then he underlined the last question. March came, and with it 2 things, a letter from Gringotts, which arrived addressed to Harry at the new bedroom and which Petunia handed to him with the expression of someone handling something mildly radioactive, and Harry's 9th birthday, which arrived in July with the reliable lack of fanfare that characterized all his birthdays except that this year he received a card from Sharpstone. The card was formal, brief, and primarily administrative. It confirmed that the account review was scheduled for the following week and that the second vault's inventory assessment was complete. But it was addressed to him, by name, and it was the first card Harry had ever received for his birthday, and he stood in the kitchen holding it for a moment before putting it in his pocket. The account review meeting was the most productive one they'd had to date. Sharpstone had, over the previous months, been building a picture. He placed it in front of Harry at the August meeting, a summary document, 20 pages, dense with figures, and walked him through it section by section with the methodical precision Harry had come to appreciate. The trust vault contained just over 9,000 galleons. This was less than it should have been, based on the original establishment figure. Someone had been drawing from it, small amounts over a period of years, charged under a provision called incidental management expenses that had been authorized by the provisional guardianship arrangement. The amounts were small individually. Collectively, over 8 years, they totaled 600 galleons. Harry wrote down the name of the provision. The secondary vault, the Potter family holdings, was substantially larger. Harry had seen it on his first visit, but the full inventory assessment told a different story than visual impression. The asset register ran to 11 pages. Properties in 3 locations. Investment holdings in several wizarding businesses. A library of approximately 400 volumes. Miscellaneous heirlooms and instruments that Sharpstone described, with the careful neutrality of someone not making a value judgment, as significant. How significant? Harry asked. The invisibility cloak alone, Sharpstone said, and paused, is irreplaceable. Harry looked at him. It is one of 3 objects collectively known as the Deathly Hallows, Sharpstone said, in the tone of someone relating a fact and not an editorial. Most wizards consider the Hallows to be a fairy tale. Goblins do not. It is in your secondary vault. It has been there since your grandfather's time. Harry wrote that down. He had questions. He filed them. The third vault, he said. Sharpstone's expression did something careful. The third vault remains sealed. But you've assessed it. We have assessed what we can from external records. The seal prevents internal assessment. What do the external records tell you? They tell us, Sharpstone said, that the third vault was established by an instrument predating the compact, one of the oldest instruments in our records, actually, dating to the 16th century. It contains assets transferred through the Evans bloodline which, as you have gathered, connect to the Gaunt succession. He paused. It also contains a sealed document that our records describe only as the primary compact. Harry's pen stopped moving. There's a primary compact. The document you hold is described in our records as the secondary compact, a more recent formalization of the original instrument. The primary compact, according to the external records, is older, more comprehensive, and considerably more. Sharpstone looked for the word. Consequential. The room was very quiet. Dumbledore sealed a vault, Harry said slowly, that contains an older, more comprehensive version of the contract that already makes Vernon Dursley financially subordinate to me. That is one interpretation of the available information, Sharpstone said carefully. What does more comprehensive mean, in this context? We don't know. The external records use the term primary compact and note that its scope extends beyond the secondary compact's provisions. Beyond that, Sharpstone spread his hands, which was the goblin equivalent of a shrug. The seal holds. Harry sat back. He thought about a man, old, powerful, presumably well-intentioned, sitting in a very large school somewhere making decisions about an infant, sealing a vault and placing that infant in a cupboard under the stairs and arranging for small amounts of money to be taken from the infant's account under the heading Incidental Management Expenses. The 600 galleons, Harry said. From the trust vault. The management expenses. Yes. Were they paid to Dumbledore? Sharpstone looked at him. They were paid to an administrative account associated with the office of the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Which Dumbledore holds. Which Dumbledore holds, Sharpstone confirmed. Harry wrote that down too. He had a full page of notes by the time the meeting ended, and as he rode the cart back up from the vault level, Sharpstone had taken him down to the secondary vault to physically review the inventory, which had been an extraordinary 2 hours. He read through them and organized them in his head with the systematic clarity that was becoming a kind of personality trait. What he had, a recognized claim, access to 2 vaults, a formal relationship with Gringotts, a growing knowledge of the wizarding world, a suspended enforcement notice that was the financial equivalent of a loaded weapon, and a year and a half until his Hogwarts letter arrived. What he didn't have, the primary compact, knowledge of what it said, access to the 3rd vault, or a clear picture of what Dumbledore was actually trying to accomplish. What he needed to decide, whether to wait for Hogwarts to gather more information, or to start moving sooner. He decided, on the cart ride up through the dark and the rushing cold air, that he could do both. He started spending money in October. Not dramatically. Not in a way that would attract notice. But there were things he needed that he didn't have, and he had decided that the ethical complexity of spending his own money was substantially lower than spending Vernon's money or Mrs. Fig's change, and so he had Sharpstone arrange a small transfer, 50 galleons, converted to pounds at the Gringotts exchange rate, into a savings account at a Muggle bank, which Harry opened himself by presenting his school ID and his birth certificate, which he had found in the filing cabinet in Vernon's study during one of the man's longer absences. He used the money to buy books. Not just any books. Specific books, chosen from a list that had been accumulating in his notebook for months. Advanced mathematics. Latin, because the wizarding law text used Latin phrases and he was tired of guessing. History of Europe. Basic chemistry and biology, because he suspected there was a relationship between those things and potions, which was apparently a subject at Hogwarts. A second-hand typewriter that he taught himself to use in 2 weekends and which he used to type up his notes in a format he could actually search through. He also bought, from a wizarding mail-order supplier whose catalogue he had found tucked inside Bathilda Bagshot's book as a bookmark by some previous owner, a set of basic magical reference texts. These required a more complex arrangement. The catalogue had an ordering address in Diagon Alley, and ordering from it required a wizarding account, which Harry had, and a delivery address, which was a problem because the Dursleys would intercept anything addressed to him that arrived at Privet Drive. He used Mrs. Fig's address. He had told her, during one of their tea conversations, that he was doing a correspondence course and asked if any materials could be delivered to her house. Mrs. Figg had said yes with the vague benevolence of someone who approved of educational initiative without requiring details. The books arrived in a plain brown parcel with no return address. The wizarding delivery service was more discreet than the owl post that Bagshot described, and Harry spent 3 evenings reading them cover to cover in Mrs. Figg's sitting room while she watched television and the cat circulated around his feet. The books were, A Beginner's Introduction to Wand Theory, Fundamentals of Spellwork and Magical Notation, and the Annotated History of Goblin-Wizard Relations 1600 to 1900. The third one was for Sharpstone, in a way. Harry had started to understand, through their meetings, that the relationship between wizards and goblins was a long, complicated, and largely undignified history of broken agreements, condescending legislation, and the particular kind of bad faith that comes from one group controlling another group's money while insisting it was for their own good. He read the history with the same focused attention he gave to everything and emerged from it with a much clearer picture of why Sharpstone was the way he was, and a much clearer sense of how to conduct himself in a way that didn't perpetuate the dynamic. He went to the next Gringotts meeting and said, at the beginning, before anything else, I've been reading the history of Goblin-Wizard relations. Sharpstone looked at him across the desk. The 1752 Wand Confiscation Decree, Harry said. The Hoarders Act of 1811. The 3 Goblin Rebellions and the reasons they actually started, rather than the reasons the Ministry recorded. He paused. I don't think any of it was right. Sharpstone was quiet for a moment. No, he said. It was not right. I wanted you to know I'd read it, Harry said. And that when I engage with Gringotts, I'm not doing it the way wizards usually do. I'm doing it as someone who's read the history and intends to honor the agreements I make. Another pause. Longer. You are 10 years old, Sharpstone said. Almost, Harry said. My birthday's in July. You are 9 years old, Sharpstone said, with the same inflection. He looked at Harry for a long moment. Our relationship has been, to this point, conducted at standard arbiter rates. Given your demonstrated, he paused on the word, approach to engagement, I am prepared to offer you the preferred account holder rate. This is not standard practice for wizards. Harry understood that this was significant. Thank you. Don't thank me, Sharpstone said. It is commercially rational. You are going to be a significant account holder when you are grown, Harry Potter, and I would prefer to be the arbiter on record when that time comes. Harry nodded. He appreciated the honesty. I want to ask you something, he said. Ask. The Gaunt family, Harry said. The original signatories of the compact. What happened to them? Sharpstone's expression did something careful and contained. The Gaunt line is effectively extinct, he said. The last known member, Marvolo Gaunt's grandson, whose name I will not say in this building, in keeping with our long-standing policy, is believed dead. He is responsible for the deaths of your parents. Harry was quiet for a moment. Voldemort, Harry said. He had read the name in his father's journal. He had also read that most wizards wouldn't say it. He said it deliberately, the same way he did most things, because if he was going to know something, he would know it fully, without euphemism. Sharpstone's eyes moved to him sharply. You're not going to tell me not to say it? Harry asked. I am going to tell you, Sharpstone said slowly, that saying that name in the current climate is considered either very brave or very foolish, and that most wizards cannot tell the difference. Which is it for me? That, Sharpstone said, depends on what you intend to do about the situation. I don't know yet, Harry said honestly. I know he killed my parents. I know he's connected to the compact through the Gaunt line. I know there's a primary compact in a vault that Dumbledore sealed, and I know that Dumbledore had reasons for keeping me in the dark that he hasn't chosen to share. He paused. I'm collecting information. I don't move until I understand the landscape. Sharpstone looked at him for a very long time. The Gaunt connection to Voldemort, Harry said. Does that create a complication for the compact? Technically, Sharpstone said, choosing each word with the precision of a jeweler, if Voldemort is indeed the last of the Gaunt line, and if he is indeed dead or permanently incapacitated, the compact's originating bloodline has ended. Which means the compact's enforcement authority vests entirely with the heir designated in the secondary instrument. With me. With you. Sharpstone paused. It also means that whatever is in the third vault, under Dumbledore's seal, is yours by exclusive hereditary right with no competing claim possible. Harry wrote this down. He sat looking at his notes for a moment. Outside the office, through the thick stone walls, he could hear the distant industry of the bank, the carts in the tunnels, the shuffle of transactions, the quiet mechanical precision of an institution that had been keeping other people's secrets for a very long time. "I want to challenge the seal," Harry said. "On the third vault." "Not immediately. But I want to start the process." "The process," Sharpstone said, "will require either Dumbledore's consent to the unsealing, or a formal ruling by the Arbiter's Council that the seal is invalid under the Compact's provisions." "Can the Council rule that?" "With sufficient grounds," Sharpstone said carefully, "yes." "What counts as sufficient grounds?" Sharpstone looked at him. "Evidence that the seal was applied in bad faith, or in a manner that materially disadvantages the heir in violation of the Compact's primary obligation to protect the heir's interests." Harry thought about 600 galleons in management expenses. He thought about a cupboard under the stairs with no window. He thought about the word incidental. "I think we can establish that," he said. He was 10 the following July, and he got another card from Sharpstone, and this time there was a note inside that said the council had reviewed the initial grounds filing and found it sufficient to proceed. Proceedings were scheduled for the spring. Dumbledore would be formally notified. Harry read this note 3 times and then put it carefully in the wardrobe with the vault books and the compact and the codex and the notebook, and stood looking at the east-facing window with the morning light coming through it. He thought about a sealed door and the thing behind it. He thought about his mother's name on the compact in faded ink. He thought about James Potter writing the compact is basically a weapon if you know how to hold it in a journal that had been sitting in a vault for 9 years waiting for someone to read it. He thought about all the things that had been waiting. Behind sealed doors and loose bricks and the false bottoms of wardrobes and the polite silences of adults who had decided that a child didn't need to know. He was 10 years old and he had a meeting with a Goblin Council scheduled for spring and a challenge filed against one of the most powerful wizards in Britain and 2 vaults and a weapon he was still learning to hold. He went downstairs and made breakfast. He still made breakfast, because it was easier than fighting about it and he had learned to pick his battles. And while the bacon cooked he stood at the kitchen window and looked at the garden and thought about the Hogwarts letter that would come next July and what he intended to do with it. Petunia came in and stopped. She looked at him. He looked at her. The bacon spat in the pan. "You look like her," Petunia said. It came out strange, strangled, like something she hadn't intended to say. Harry turned the bacon. "My mother?" Petunia didn't answer. She moved to the kettle with the careful deliberateness of someone rerouting around a subject, filling it with water, keeping her back to him. "Was she good at magic?" Harry asked. The kettle clattered against the counter. Petunia set it in its base and pressed the button and stood there with her hand still on the handle. "She was extraordinary," Petunia said, very quietly, to the kettle. "Everything she touched." The bacon sizzled. The kettle began to heat. Harry plated the bacon and the eggs and the toast and set the table and poured the coffee to the right color and the orange juice to the right level, and he did all of it with the steady precision he always did, and did not say anything else, and neither did Petunia. But when she sat down and he set her plate in front of her, she looked at him once more, that complicated, averted look, and said, very quietly, "Your eyes are hers." "Exactly." Harry went back to the kitchen. He stood at the counter for a moment with his hands flat on the surface. Then he picked up his own plate and came back to the table and sat down. Neither of them mentioned it at breakfast, or after, or ever. But from that morning forward, Petunia always made sure there was enough food. It was not forgiveness. It was not redemption. It was just one small thing, offered awkwardly, without looking, the way you pass something to someone in the dark when you're not sure if they're there. Harry ate his breakfast and read his mathematics book, and the morning light came through the east window and fell across the table between them, pale and entirely uncomplicated, and outside in the garden the year was turning with indifferent and beautiful momentum toward everything that was coming next. Chapter 4, Number 4, renegotiated. The letter from Gringotts arrived on a Wednesday in March, addressed in the formal copper-ink script that Harry had come to recognize immediately, and it landed on the doormat at number 4 with the quiet authority of something that had been a long time coming. Vernon saw it first. Harry was in the kitchen making tea when he heard Vernon pick up the post, heard the specific quality of silence that followed, not the comfortable silence of a man sorting through bills and catalogues, but the held-breath silence of a man who has opened something he was hoping wouldn't arrive, and came to the kitchen doorway to watch. Vernon was standing in the hall with the letter open. His face had gone through its usual color sequence and come out somewhere past red, in the territory of a deep, mottled purple that Harry associated with genuine alarm rather than performative anger. The letter was one page. Harry could see the Gringotts crest from across the hallway. Vernon looked up. Harry looked back at him. "My office," Vernon said. It was the first time he'd ever said that to Harry. The study, technically, a small room off the hallway that smelled of pipe tobacco and was decorated with photographs of Vernon shaking hands with various people at various Grunnings events. It was Vernon's territory, and the invitation into it was new. Harry followed him in and sat in the smaller chair without being asked. Vernon sat behind his desk with the letter in both hands and looked at it, and then at Harry, and then at it again. "They're holding a council," Vernon said. "Goblins. About the arrangement." "I know," Harry said. "I filed the petition." Vernon's eyes came up sharply. "I had sufficient grounds," Harry said. "The compact establishes clear conditions. The conditions weren't met. That constitutes grounds for a formal review." He paused. "The review is about the sealed vault, primarily. Not about you." "Not about me," Vernon repeated, in a tone that suggested he found this only partially reassuring. "The documentation on the Dursley side of things is already filed," Harry said. "The suspended enforcement notice. That doesn't change based on what the council decides." He watched Vernon process this. "What changes is whether I also gain access to additional resources. Which I expect I will." Vernon set the letter on the desk. He had, over the past 18 months, since the Christmas Eve conversation in the cupboard doorway, undergone a slow and ungraceful adjustment to the new reality of his household. He had not become kind. He had not apologized. He had simply, with the grudging pragmatism of a man who understood that the alternative was worse, stopped doing certain things. The cupboard. The deliberate food reduction. The casual cruelty that had been the texture of Harry's early life. What remained was a strained and wary coexistence. Vernon was polite the way a man is polite to a solicitor he doesn't like but can't afford to fire. "What do you want?" Vernon asked. It was a genuine question. Pragmatic, stripped of pretense. "What do you want from us, and what will it cost me?" Harry had thought about this question for 2 years. He'd turned it over from every angle, looked at it in the mirror of every book he'd read, tested his own motives against it with the uncomfortable rigor of someone who had decided that self-honesty was worth more than comfort. "I want this to work," Harry said. "Until I go to Hogwarts. After that I'll be there most of the year, and the arrangement becomes less complicated." He paused. "I don't want your house or your money. I have my own money. I want to use it to improve my situation here, and I want it to stop feeling like a negotiation every time I need something basic." Vernon looked at him. "I want to make some changes to the house," Harry continued. "Things that benefit me and cost you nothing. I want to do it with my own money. I want your formal agreement that you won't interfere, and that Dudley will stop treating my room as an extension of his territory." A pause. "What changes?" Harry reached into his school bag and produced a list, which he set on the desk. Vernon picked it up and read it. It was 11 items. Harry had organized them by cost, ascending, with estimated prices noted beside each one. He had done this because he had found, in his reading on negotiation, a subject he had come to through a business book in the library and found unexpectedly fascinating, that people found requests more reasonable when they were presented with specificity and evidence of preparation. It communicated seriousness. It signaled that you had thought about the other party's concerns. Vernon's eyes moved down the list. A proper bed. A desk. A lamp. A lock on his bedroom door. Harry had been careful to frame this as a privacy measure rather than a security one, though both were true. A bookshelf. Permission to receive post addressed to him without interception. Permission to make phone calls from the hallway telephone to a specific London number. Gringotts had a Muggle telephone line, which Harry had discovered through Sharpstone with some amusement on both sides. A bicycle. Access to the kitchen outside of meal times. The right to have friends visit. The last two were the ones Harry watched Vernon on. Friends was complicated, because Harry didn't have friends yet. School was not a fertile social ground when Dudley's gravitational field pushed everyone away, but he intended to have them eventually, and he wanted the infrastructure in place. The bicycle was straightforward. It was freedom of movement. Vernon would understand that instinctively. A lock on your door, Vernon said. Yes. That's, your aunt won't like. I'm not asking Aunt Petunia, Harry said. I'm asking you. Vernon looked at him. He set the list down. He was doing the arithmetic of the situation. Harry could see it happening, the weighing of each concession against the cost of refusal, the imagined letter to Gringotts, the imagined visit from whoever the goblins sent when they said enforcement proceedings. Fine, Vernon said. He picked up a pen from his desk and made a small mark at the top of the list, his habitual sign-off, the same one Harry had seen on documents he brought home from Grunnings. Fine. Harry took the list back. He looked at Vernon's mark on it. Thank you, he said. He stood up. The council meeting is the 14th of April. I'll be in London that day. I'll need to leave early. Right, Vernon said. Harry went to the door, and then stopped. The letter, he said, without turning around. How much did you know? When you signed the original addendum. About what the compact actually said. Silence. Harry turned around. Vernon was sitting behind his desk with his large hands flat on the surface, looking at somewhere between Harry and the middle distance, and his expression was, not guilty, exactly. Guilt required a moral vocabulary that Vernon did not naturally speak. But it was something adjacent. Something that involved knowing you had done a wrong thing and not having a framework for handling that knowledge. The fellow from the ministry, Vernon said. He said it was a housing payment. Compensation for taking you in. He paused. He said the other bits were standard. Legal formality. Did you read it? A longer pause. Your aunt read it, Vernon said. More carefully than I did. She said there were parts she didn't understand. Parts about, he stopped. Parts about obligations, Harry said. Yes. Vernon's hands pressed harder against the desk. I decided it didn't matter. We were taking you in regardless. He paused. The money was, it was useful. The business had had a difficult year. Harry looked at him. He thought about a useful thing and a wrong thing and the space between them where people convince themselves one is the other. All right, he said. He left the study and went upstairs to his room. The 14th of April was a Tuesday, which required a conversation with the school about an absence, which Harry handled by writing the note himself. His handwriting could pass for a distracted adult's when he needed it to, and presenting it the previous Friday. He arrived at Gringotts at 9 in the morning in his best clothes, which were still not quite right but were cleaner than usual, and Sharpstone met him at the side entrance and walked with him down to the council chamber. Dumbledore was already there. Harry had not been certain he would come. He had been told, through Sharpstone, that Dumbledore had been formally notified of the proceedings and given the opportunity to respond. He had not responded in writing. His presence in person was, therefore, a statement. He was taller than Harry had expected. Old in the visible way, white beard, half-moon spectacles, the specific quality of age that comes from having lived through a great deal rather than simply having taken a long time. He was wearing deep purple robes with small silver stars on them, which struck Harry as either very self-assured or completely indifferent to occasion, and he was sitting in one of the chamber's observer chairs with his hands folded in his lap and his expression doing something that was serene on the surface and considerably more complex underneath. When Harry came in, Dumbledore looked at him. Harry looked back. They had never met. To Dumbledore, Harry was a photograph, a report, an abstraction, the infant he had placed, 9 years ago, with absolute confidence in his own judgment. To Harry, Dumbledore was a footnote and a signature on a management expenses authorization and a wax seal on a vault door. Neither of them said anything. Harry took his seat at the claimant's position in the center of the chamber. Grimvault opened proceedings. The formal presentation took 40 minutes. Sharpstone presented the grounds, the secondary compact, the bloodline recognition, the documented non-compliance of the Dursley household, the unauthorized management expenses drawn from the trust vault, and the core argument, that the seal on the third vault had been applied in a manner that materially disadvantaged the recognized heir and therefore violated the compact's primary protective obligation. The 9 arbiters on the council asked questions. Harry answered the ones directed to him with the same flat precision he used for everything, citing section numbers from memory, not because he was performing competence but because he had read the compact so many times that the section numbers had simply become part of his mental furniture. Dumbledore was given the opportunity to address the council. He stood, and he looked at Harry once, briefly, with an expression that Harry couldn't quite read, not calculation, not hostility, something more like a man who has opened a door expecting one room and found another entirely, and then he addressed Grimvault. The seal was applied, Dumbledore said, to protect the heir. His voice was what Harry had expected from everything he'd read about the man, warm, measured, carrying the weight of assumed authority so naturally that you might not notice it was assumed. There are items in the third vault that, in the wrong circumstances, could pose a significant danger to a child. The seal was a precautionary measure. Taken without the heir's knowledge, Sharpstone said. The heir was an infant. The heir is now 10 years old, Grimvault said. He was looking at Dumbledore with the expression of someone who had heard a great many arguments in a very long career and was applying appropriate skepticism. And has demonstrated sufficient competence and maturity to conduct his own proceedings in this chamber. Dumbledore looked at Harry again. Harry met his eyes and kept them there and did not look away. The danger, Dumbledore said, has not passed. The items in question are connected to a threat that I believe, though I cannot prove, may not be as resolved as we currently assume. That is a concern for the wizarding authorities, Grimvault said. Not for Gringotts Bank. Our obligation is to the compact and to the heir. If you have concerns about specific items within the vault, you may register those concerns formally and the council will assess whether access restrictions to particular items are warranted. A blanket seal over the entire vault is disproportionate. Dumbledore looked at Grimvault. Something moved behind his eyes. I would like to speak with the boy, he said. After proceedings, Grimvault said. If the boy consents. Harry noted the phrasing. If the boy consents. It was a small thing, but it was the right thing, and the contrast with Dumbledore's entire approach to Harry's existence, managed, sealed, decided for, never consulted, was sharp enough to cut. The council deliberated for 22 minutes. Harry waited in the outer corridor with Sharpstone, who stood beside him with his hands folded behind his back and said nothing, which was the right thing to do. When they went back in, Grimvault ruled. The seal on the third vault was invalid under the compact's primary protective obligation. The vault would be unsealed. Access was to be granted to the recognized heir with immediate effect. Any concerns about specific items could be addressed through the standard restricted item process. Harry wrote the ruling down in his notebook. He had brought a notebook. Sharpstone had given him a look when he produced it at the start of proceedings. Harry had given him a look back. Dumbledore was waiting in the corridor. Harry had said yes when Sharpstone asked. He was curious, and curiosity was not something he was in the habit of suppressing. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said, because he was polite and it was strategically sound. Dumbledore looked at him with those half-moon spectacles and that look, the complex one, and gestured toward a bench against the stone wall. They sat. Sharpstone stood to the side with his hands folded, which was his way of communicating that he was technically not present but absolutely was. "You've been busy," Dumbledore said. The warmth in his voice was genuine, Harry thought. That was the interesting thing about Dumbledore, nothing he felt seemed false. He just felt things that were not always aligned with anyone else's interests. "Yes," Harry said. "You visited Gringotts for the first time at age 7. Alone." Dumbledore paused. "On a public bus." "I read a map." "How did you find the leaky cauldron?" "I pressed my hand on the wall." Dumbledore smiled. It was a real smile, with actual warmth in it. "Of course you did." He looked at Harry. "I owe you an explanation." Harry said nothing. He found that silence was often more effective than questions. It created a space that the other person felt compelled to fill, and the filling was usually more informative than any direct answer. "I placed you with the Dursleys for reasons that extend beyond the compact," Dumbledore said. "Your mother's sacrifice created a protection, a very old, very powerful magical protection, that resides in the blood relationship between you and your aunt. While you can call her house home, that protection holds. It has kept you safe from," he paused. "From threats that are not as resolved as the wider wizarding world believes." "Voldemort," Harry said. Dumbledore did not flinch. He looked at Harry with something that might have been respect, might have been recalibration. "Yes," he said. "You think he's not really dead?" "I think," Dumbledore said carefully, "that a being of his power does not simply cease. I think the events of October 1981 were a defeat, not an ending. And I think, I have thought, for 10 years, that you are connected to that situation in a way that will require resolution." Harry sat with this. He turned it over. He thought about what it meant, practically, strategically, and personally, in roughly that order. "The protection from my mother's sacrifice," he said. "Does it require that I be treated badly? Or does it just require that I live there?" Dumbledore blinked. "I'm sorry." "The magic," Harry said. "The blood protection. Is it conditional on the Dursleys being unkind to me? Or does it work regardless of how they treat me?" A pause. A longer one than Harry had expected. No, Dumbledore said. "The protection is tied to the blood relationship and the residency. Not to," he stopped. "So the conditions under which I was kept," Harry said, "were never actually necessary for the protection to work." The corridor was very quiet. Dumbledore looked at him. For the first time in the conversation, the warmth in his expression was complicated by something else. Something that lived in the general neighborhood of discomfort. "No," he said. "They were not." "I see," Harry said. He said it without heat. Without accusation. Just acknowledgement, the way you acknowledge a number in a ledger, and moved on. "What's in the third vault?" he asked. "Several things," Dumbledore said. He seemed to decide, visibly, that directness was the appropriate approach with this particular 10-year-old. "Documents pertaining to your mother's heritage, which is more complicated than it might appear. Some instruments associated with the compact's primary instrument, the original contract. And," he paused. "A record. Of a decision I made, shortly after your parents died, which I believed was right." He looked at Harry steadily. "Which you will read, when you see it, and which you will have opinions about. I would ask only that you come and speak with me after you've read it." "All right," Harry said. Dumbledore seemed surprised by the readiness of this. "I'll read it," Harry said, "and I'll form an opinion, and then I'll come and speak with you. When I'm ready." He stood up. "I'll be at Hogwarts in September next year. We can speak then, if not before." He offered his hand. Dumbledore, after a moment, took it. His handshake was warm and firm, the handshake of a man used to communicating authority and comfort through physical contact. Harry shook it precisely and let go. "Thank you for coming," Harry said. "It saved me a delivery fee for the notification letter." He walked back to Sharpstone, who turned and led the way to the lifts without comment. But as they walked, Harry caught, in the corner of his peripheral vision, the reflection of Sharpstone's face in the polished stone wall. The goblin was doing the exhale through the nose thing. The third vault was at a depth that made the trust vault seem like a ground-floor apartment. The cart dropped for what felt like minutes, the cold air rising around them, the darkness absolute except for the cart's small forward light, and Harry held on to the sides with both hands and looked straight ahead. The vault door was unlike the others. The trust vault had a standard Gringotts door, heavy iron, key-operated, with the bank's crest above it. The secondary vault's door was older, more ornate, covered in fine engraving that Harry had meant to examine more closely but hadn't yet. The third vault's door was almost plain, except for a mark in its center, a symbol that Harry recognized from the compact's notation sections. The bloodline symbol. His bloodline. The seal was a layer of something over it, not visible exactly, but perceptible, the way you can perceive the edge of a soap bubble from the right angle. Sharpstone produced the council's ruling in written form, pressed it to the seal, and the seal dissolved, not dramatically but with the same quiet finality as a medical cast being removed, the absence of the wrong thing more notable than any presence. The door opened. It was a smaller vault than the secondary, but more densely packed. Shelves along all four walls. A central table with a single box on it, dark wood with brass fittings. Harry went to the shelves first. The documents Dumbledore had mentioned were organized, his mother's handwriting, he assumed, though he had no comparison, in a series of folders labeled in a clear, elegant script. He didn't read them now. He would need time for them, and proper light, and he wasn't going to rush through his mother's papers in a vault chamber. He picked up the box from the central table. It was not heavy. Inside, on a bed of something that looked like dried herbs, were three things: a roll of parchment that was noticeably older than the secondary compact, its edges almost translucent with age, tied with a ribbon in a green so dark it was almost black, a small vial of something iridescent, and a letter. The letter was sealed. His name was on it, in Dumbledore's handwriting. Harry set the box on the table and picked up the older parchment first. He unrolled it carefully. The writing was different from the secondary compact, older, less standardized, a mix of English and Latin and the goblin root symbol notation, densely layered. But certain elements were clear immediately, and they made him sit down on the floor of the vault without quite deciding to. The primary compact was not, as he had assumed, simply an older version of the secondary one. It was a declaration of obligation that ran in both directions. The secondary compact, his secondary compact, the one from the cupboard, the one that made Vernon Dursley financially answerable to him, was, he now understood, a fragment. A late derivative of something much larger. The primary compact established an obligation between the Potter bloodline and the wizarding world at large. Not financial. Political. Protective. The language was archaic but the meaning was clear enough. The Potter line had entered, centuries ago, into a formal compact with the magical community of Britain. In exchange for the protections and resources of the community, the line accepted certain obligations. Specifically, in times of significant threat, the line was bound to act in defense of the community rather than in preservation of itself. Harry sat with this for a while. He read it again. More slowly. The word bound appeared 7 times. Each time, it meant something slightly different: bound by honor, bound by blood, bound by magical law. But the cumulative weight of the word was clear. The last section was dated 1981. In his mother's handwriting. I add my signature willingly and knowing the cost, Lily Potter had written, in the same elegant hand as the folder labels on the shelves. Not because the compact requires it, but because I choose it. Let this be clear, I choose it. Let my choice be the protection it becomes. Underneath, in a different hand, James's, from the journal, hurried and slightly too large, a single line, what she said. Harry sat on the floor of the vault with the primary compact in his hands and the cold Gringotts air around him and the absolute dark outside the vault's light, and he sat like that for a long time. He did not cry. That was not what this was. It was something that required more space than crying could provide. Eventually he stood up. He put the primary compact back in the box. He picked up Dumbledore's letter and considered it, and then put it back too. He wasn't ready for it yet. He would be. But not today. He came out of the vault with his mother's document folders tucked inside his jacket. Done? Sharpstone asked. For today, Harry said. On the cart ride up, in the dark and the rushing cold, Harry held the folders against his chest and thought about the word choice. His mother had chosen. The compact had given her the framework, but the choice had been hers. She had put her name on it knowing what it meant. He thought about what he was choosing. Every list, every meeting, every carefully managed confrontation with Vernon, every book, every note, they were all choices. Small ones. Building towards something he couldn't see the complete shape of yet. But he was beginning to see the edges of it. He got home at 4 o'clock, which was earlier than expected because the cart ride had felt much longer than it was. The house was quiet, Dudley was at football, Vernon at work, Petunia presumably in the garden. Harry went upstairs and put his mother's folders in the wardrobe and sat on his bed, a proper bed now, a second-hand single he'd bought with his own money and assembled himself on a Saturday with a YouTube tutorial playing on the small television he'd also bought, and looked at the ceiling. Then he heard Dudley come in. Dudley had been recalibrating, over the past 18 months, with much less success than Vernon. Vernon's recalibration was at least functional. Dudley's was a work in progress with multiple setbacks. He had lost the second bedroom and he resented it with every atom of his 11-year-old self, and the resentment expressed itself as a constant low-level testing, taking things from Harry's room, shoving him in the hallway, recruiting his friends Piers and Malcolm to various minor campaigns. Harry had largely ignored this. Not because he couldn't deal with it, but because picking a fight with Dudley was the least interesting use of his time, and because he had found that the best response to Dudley's provocations was no response, which frustrated Dudley considerably more than retaliation would have. But Dudley came into his room. Not into the hallway. Into his room. With Piers. They had been to football and they were loud with it, the specific boisterous confidence of boys who have just done physical things and feel invincible because of it, and Dudley walked into Harry's room without knocking because the lock that Harry had requested was, apparently, still on Vernon's to-do list. Harry was sitting on his bed with a book. He looked up. Out, he said. It's my house, Dudley said. My room, Harry said. Piers was looking around with the interested eyes of a boy who had heard various things about Harry from Dudley over the years and was comparing the reality to the account. He looked at the bookshelves, which were full, 2 rows deep in places, and the typewriter on the desk and the organized neatness of it all, which was quite different from Dudley's rooms and from whatever he'd been told to expect. What are all these? Piers said, picking up one of the books from the shelf. Don't touch my things, Harry said. He said it the same way he said most things, without rising, without heat, with the complete certainty of someone who knows exactly where they stand. Piers looked at Dudley, who was doing the thing he did when he'd started something and wasn't sure where it was going, puffing himself up slightly, reading the room. We just want to hang out, Dudley said. It's my house. You need to knock, Harry said. And I need to say yes. Those are the rules. Who made those rules? Harry looked at him. I did, he said. Same as I made the rule about my room being my room. He paused. Come and knock tomorrow if you want. I might say yes. Why would I knock? Dudley demanded. Because if you don't, Harry said, very calmly, I call Gringotts. I have the number. I've used it before. The last time I called, your dad had to have a very long, very unpleasant conversation about financial arrangements that he would very much prefer not to revisit. Dudley opened his mouth. Also, Harry said, before Dudley could get anything out, I'm in the middle of a chapter. Dudley looked at him. Piers looked at Dudley. A very specific calculation was happening behind Dudley's eyes, the weighing of pride against the memory of his father's face the last time whatever Gringotts was had come up in conversation, which had resulted in Vernon in the study for an hour and Petunia making extra strong tea and everyone speaking in hushed voices for 2 days. Dudley left. Piers followed. The door closed. Harry looked at it for a moment, and then he looked at the door handle, and then he got up and went to Vernon's study and knocked. What? Vernon said. Harry opened the door. The lock for my room, he said. I'd like it put on this week, please. Vernon looked at him. He looked at his desk. He looked back at Harry. I'll do it Saturday, he said. Thank you, Harry said, and went back upstairs. He read until dinner, and after dinner he started on his mother's folders. He read carefully, with the notebook beside him, and made notes about what he found, and some of what he found made him stop and stare at the ceiling and some of it made him understand things he'd been circling for months. But the thing that stayed with him, after he'd put it all away and turned off the light, was the image of his mother's handwriting on the primary compact. I choose it. Not the obligation. Not the requirement. The choice. He lay in the dark of his east-facing room and thought that this was, in the end, the most important thing the vault had contained. Not the documents or the instruments or even the primary compact itself. The demonstration, in ink, that you could face the full weight of what was required of you and say yes anyway, not because you had to, but because you understood what it was for. He was 10 years old and he was not afraid and he was beginning, slowly, to understand what he was for. Outside, the spring night was cool and full of the sounds of a suburban street going about its ordinary business, and Harry Potter lay in his proper bed in his proper room with a lock going on the door on Saturday, and thought about his mother, and thought about choice, and felt, for the first time in his careful and methodical life, the specific and irreversible sensation of being on the right path. Chapter 5, The Letter Arrives. The Owl arrived on a Tuesday. Harry was in the kitchen making coffee. He had started drinking coffee at 10, which Petunia had objected to on health grounds and then stopped objecting to when she realized the argument required more sustained engagement than she was prepared to give, when the large tawny bird appeared at the window with the absolute confidence of something that had been given a specific address and intended to deliver to it regardless of obstacles. Harry opened the window. The owl thrust out its leg with the professional detachment of a courier who had made this particular run 11,000 times. Harry untied the letter, gave the bird a piece of toast crust, and set the envelope on the counter while he finished making his coffee. He sat down and read it. Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Even the address knew. He thought about that, the fact that Hogwarts owls found you specifically, that the address adjusted to reality rather than assumption. The cupboard address would have been several years ago now. The school updated its records, apparently. He broke the seal and unfolded the letter. Green ink. The Hogwarts crest. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He read the full letter, including the supply list, with his coffee in one hand and the letter in the other, and when he reached the end he set it beside his cup and looked at it. He had been waiting for this for 2 years. Since he'd read his father's journal on the bus and felt the pull of the place like a tide. Since he'd understood, slowly and then all at once, that the wizarding world was where the real shape of his life was going to be decided. He heard Vernon's tread on the stairs. Heavy, deliberate, the tread of a man who had decided that mornings were an adversarial experience and intended to meet them accordingly. Vernon came into the kitchen and stopped. He saw the letter. The green ink. The crest. Something moved across his face, not surprise, because Vernon had known this was coming, had known since Harry was 9 months old that this was coming, had in fact known it longer than Harry had, but the specific expression of a man who has been waiting for a difficult thing and has still somehow not fully prepared for its arrival. Harry folded the letter. "I'll need to get my supplies," he said. "I thought I'd go to Diagon Alley this week." Vernon sat down at the table. He poured his own coffee with slightly more concentration than the task required. "Right," he said. "I'll go alone," Harry said. "I know the way." "Right," Vernon said again. Petunia appeared in the doorway and her eyes went to the letter in Harry's hands with the immediate recognition of someone who had also been waiting. "It came," she said. "Yes," Harry said. She stood in the doorway for a moment. Then she came in and made her own tea and sat at the table, and the three of them occupied the kitchen in the slightly strange silence of people who share a history they have never quite spoken aloud. "I'll need a trunk," Harry said, looking at his list. "And the rest of it. I have my own money. I'll sort it." Neither of the Dursleys said anything. Harry finished his coffee and rinsed his cup and went upstairs to read the supply list again more carefully and begin his own list in response to it, because there were things on the Hogwarts list and then there were things he wanted beyond the Hogwarts list, and the intersection of the two was the actual document he needed. He had been preparing for this. He had a notebook full of preparation. He was ready. He went to Diagon Alley on Thursday. He didn't take the bus this time. He was 11 and he had galleons, and he had been in the Leaky Cauldron enough times that Tom the barman greeted him by name without requiring explanation. He took the tube to Charing Cross, which was faster, and walked the rest. The alley was fuller than his previous visits. July, apparently, was peak season, students and parents everywhere, the shops crowded with the specific energy of preparation. Harry moved through it with the efficient purposefulness of someone who had a list and a plan and did not require atmosphere. He went to Gringotts first. Always Gringotts first. Sharpstone was not in the side office, he was in the main hall, overseeing something complicated involving a disputed account, but sent word via the junior goblin that Harry should withdraw what he needed and they would meet next week. Harry withdrew 200 galleons. He didn't convert it all to pounds. He was in the wizarding world now, he would spend galleons. He went to Madame Malkin's. The shop was full. A woman with brown hair and an efficient manner was measuring a girl Harry's age who was asking rapid questions about different robe styles. The girl's mother, they had the same hair, the same quality of focused attention, was examining fabric samples and commenting at intervals. Harry took a number from the dispenser by the door and waited. The girl looked over at him. She had large brown eyes and the expression of someone who had been looking forward to this day for a very long time and intended to extract maximum information from every moment of it. "First year?" she said. "Yes," Harry said. "Me too. I'm Hermione Granger. I'm Muggle-born. Well, my parents are Muggles. I've been reading about it for months. I've already read all the textbooks, have you? Hogwarts, a history is extraordinary, you should read it if you haven't, there's so much." She paused, seeming to notice that she was doing several things simultaneously. "Sorry. My mother says I sometimes talk quite quickly when I'm excited." "It's fine," Harry said. "I've read Hogwarts, a history." Her eyes lit up. "Hasn't it got the most fascinating account of the founders? The magical architecture alone. The chapter on the Sorting Hat is particularly interesting," Harry said. "The bit about it having access to the founder's knowledge." "Yes. That's exactly what I found interesting. The hat having that kind of accumulated intelligence, it must be extraordinary talking to it. I wonder if everyone gets a full conversation or if it varies by." She stopped again. "You're Harry Potter," she said. He had been waiting for this. He had read enough about himself, in Bagshot, in 2 other history texts, in a chapter of a book his father had owned called The Dark Lord Defeated, an account of the events of October 1981, to know that his name had a particular weight in the wizarding world. He had been forming his response to this moment for 2 years. "Yes," he said. "I've read about you," Hermione said. "In all the histories. You're very famous. So I understand." She seemed to be waiting for more, and when it didn't come, she recalibrated. "You're very calm about it." "I've had some time to adjust to the idea," he said. She looked at him, not starstruck, he noticed, just genuinely curious. The way she'd looked at everything since she walked in, as a puzzle to be properly understood rather than a spectacle to be observed. He appreciated that. "What house do you think you'll be sorted into?" she asked. "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "I've thought about it. I don't think it's as binary as the descriptions make it sound." "That's exactly what I think," Hermione said, with the energy of someone whose opinion has been unexpectedly validated. The hat must be doing something more sophisticated than just assigning 4 categories. They talked for the entirety of his robe fitting and most of hers. By the time he left, with 3 sets of robes that actually fit, which was the first clothing that had ever actually fit him, and a strange feeling in his chest that he identified after some analysis as the satisfaction of finding someone who matched his conversational pace, he had her address. She had given it to him with one of those frank, decisive movements that characterized everything she did. "We should write. I have questions about several things I've read and I suspect you might actually have useful answers." "I'll write," Harry said. He meant it. He added letter to Hermione Granger to his list and went to Flourish and Blots. Flourish and Blots was where the morning went. Harry had the school list and his own list, and the 2 together kept him in the shop for an hour and 20 minutes. He bought every required textbook. He also bought, from the supplemental section, 6 additional volumes, an advanced text on transfiguration that went well beyond the first-year scope, a comprehensive history of magic that was 4 times longer than Binz's assigned text, a book on magical contract law that was specifically wizarding rather than the Muggle contract law he'd been studying, a text on wandless magic that was shelved in the back near the second-hand section, and a book called Magical Bloodlines and Their Significance in Modern Wizarding Society that he had been looking for since he'd read the reference to it in his mother's documents. The 6th book was an impulse. It was a slim volume, hand-bound, shelved between a Quidditch almanac and a book about magical herbs, called What Goblins Know, an account of goblin legal philosophy for wizarding practitioners. Harry opened it to a random page, read 2 paragraphs, and bought it immediately. He carried the books to the leaky cauldron and stored them in the bag he'd brought, a proper leather satchel from the secondary vault, his father's, which fit more than its size suggested it should, and went back for the cauldron, the scales, the telescope. The wand shop he saved for last. Ollivander's was not crowded. It operated on a different principle than the rest of the alley. You did not browse in Ollivander's, you were received, and the receiving was individual. There were 2 other families ahead of Harry, and he waited outside on the narrow street and read the first chapter of the wandless magic text while he waited. When he went in, Ollivander appeared from between the shelves with the silent suddenness that seemed to be his preferred mode of arrival and looked at Harry for a long moment. "Harry Potter," he said. "I wondered when I'd see you." "Mr. Ollivander," Harry said. The wand-maker's silvery eyes moved to Harry's scar, then to his eyes, then, and Harry noticed this, to his hands. He reached out without explaining himself and took Harry's right hand, turned it over, ran one finger along the lines of the palm with the focused attention of someone reading text. "Interesting," Ollivander said, half to himself. "What is? The magic in you is unusual in its arrangement. Most children come in with untrained magic sitting near the surface, ready to activate with a wand. Yours is," he looked up. "How would I describe it? It's already organized. It knows where it lives." Harry thought about the brick in the cupboard wall. The wall in the leaky cauldron courtyard. The seal on the compact ribbon that had broken with a bell sound when he touched it. All the small, unconscious things. I've been using it, Harry said. Ollivander looked at him sharply. Not with a wand, Harry clarified. Just, things have responded to me. When I needed them to. Wandless intent magic, Ollivander said. He stepped back toward the shelves. That is, not unheard of, in children with strong innate ability. Particularly when necessity, he stopped. He pulled a box from the shelf. Let us see. Harry tried 11 wands before the right one emerged. 7, 9, 10, 12 inches in various configurations, each one producing either nothing or the magical equivalent of a polite refusal, a slight warmth that didn't develop into anything. Ollivander's expression became progressively more interested with each failure. The 12th wand was holly. 11 inches. Phoenix feather core. Harry picked it up and the room changed. It was not dramatic, no flash of light, no explosion. It was more like the difference between standing in a room with a low ceiling and stepping outside into open air. An expansion. A recognition. Something that had been slightly too tightly held loosening. Curious, Ollivander said, very quietly. What? Harry asked. He was looking at the wand. The phoenix whose feather is in that wand, Ollivander said, gave only one other feather. Only one. He paused. The other feather is in the wand of the wizard who gave you that scar. Harry looked up. Ollivander was watching him with those silver eyes, gauging his reaction with the attention of someone who had been waiting to see this particular moment for a very long time. Brothers, Ollivander said. In a sense. It is curious indeed which wizard chooses which wand. Or which wand chooses which wizard, Harry said. Just so, Ollivander said. He looked at Harry with something approaching satisfaction. Just so. He wrote to Hermione that evening. 3 pages, covering 3 topics she'd mentioned in the shop that he'd had thoughts on since. He sent it with the school owl that Hogwarts provided for enrolled students. His own owl was on the supply list, but he hadn't bought one yet, another item for the list, and received her reply the following morning, 4 pages, responding to all 3 points and adding 5 new ones. He spent the rest of July in a productive rhythm. Read, write, correspond with Hermione, make occasional notes on the compact and the primary compact and the things in his mother's folders that were still resolving themselves in his understanding. He met with Sharpstone once more and discussed the council ruling's implementation and the question of the primary compact's implications. The primary compact, Harry said, at that meeting, obligates the Potter bloodline to act in defense of the community. In certain circumstances, Sharpstone said. And Voldemort, the Gaunt line, was the original signatory's descendant. The originating family, yes. So the compact creates an obligation between my bloodline and the Gaunt bloodline, Harry said slowly. My line bound to defend against, in part, the threat that the Gaunt line became. Sharpstone was quiet. That's a terrible kind of irony, Harry said. Goblins find the long-term consequences of poorly worded agreements to be one of the most consistent sources of tragic irony in wizarding history, Sharpstone said. This is not, however, one of those cases. The compact's language is quite precise. The obligation is to the community. The Gaunt line's later activities do not create a contradiction, they create a context. A context in which I'm bound to deal with Voldemort eventually, Harry said. In the compact's framework, Sharpstone said, yes. You were right to read it carefully. Harry nodded. He had known this, in a vague way, since he'd read the primary compact on the floor of the 3rd vault. He had been letting it settle. Getting used to the shape of it. All right, he said. Sharpstone looked at him. That's your response. What did you expect? Distress, typically, Sharpstone said. Most humans, when confronted with the documentation of their own predestination, exhibit significant distress. It's not predestination, Harry said. The compact says I'm bound to act in defense of the community. It doesn't say how, or when, or what the outcome will be. Those are still choices. He paused. My mother wrote I choose it. She knew what it meant. I know what it means. The obligation exists, but the choice is mine. Sharpstone looked at him for a long moment, with the expression that Harry had learned to read as the closest thing Sharpstone had to deep impression. You will do well at Hogwarts, Sharpstone said. I know, Harry said. On the 1st of September, Harry stood on the platform at King's Cross with a trolley containing his trunk and a cage with a snowy owl he'd named Hedwig, bought at Elop's in the second week of August, chosen because she'd looked at him from her perch with the same quality of assessment that Sharpstone used, and he had appreciated that, and looked at the brick barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He had been in the wizarding world many times. He had ridden goblin carts in the dark and stood in stone chambers and read his parents' handwriting in a sealed vault. He had argued his case before a council of beings several hundred years his senior. He had managed his own finances and read his own contracts and arrived at his own conclusions about his own life. But this was different. This was the place his parents had loved most. This was where James Potter had been 11 years old and terrified and exhilarated, if the journal was accurate, and it was, Harry was sure it was, he'd read those first entries enough times to feel the specific nervous joy in them. He pushed the trolley and walked through the barrier without breaking stride. The Hogwarts Express was exactly as described. Scarlet engine, steam, the smell of coal and something underneath that was purely magical, the scent of a place that was not entirely subject to ordinary atmospheric conditions. Harry loaded his trunk, settled Hedwig's cage in the luggage rack, and found a compartment and sat down. He was reading the Magical Bloodlines book when the compartment door opened, and a boy he didn't know looked in and said, "Do you mind? Everywhere else is full." He was round-faced and looked slightly anxious, and he was holding a toad. "Come in," Harry said. The boy sat down. "I'm Neville Longbottom," he said. "Have you seen a toad?" "I mean, I have him now, obviously, but I lost him earlier and someone helped me find him, but I keep worrying he stopped. Sorry. I talk when I'm nervous." "Trevor seems comfortable," Harry said, nodding at the toad, who was sitting in Neville's cupped hands with the philosophical calm of an animal that had long since accepted its circumstances. Neville blinked. "How did you know his name?" "I didn't. I guessed." Trevor seemed right for a toad. Neville looked at Trevor, and then at Harry, with an expression that suggested this observation had not occurred to him before. "I suppose it does," he said. They sat in companionable quiet for a while. Harry read. Neville looked out the window at the platform gradually emptying. At some point Neville said, "You're Harry Potter, aren't you?" with the tone of someone who had just worked this out and wasn't sure whether to say so. "Yes," Harry said, without looking up from the book. "Oh," Neville said. And then, after a pause, "Is it odd? Everyone knowing who you are?" Harry considered this honestly. "I don't know yet. I haven't been in a room full of people who know yet." "What about before today?" "The people I've spent time with have mostly been goblins," Harry said. "They're less interested in celebrity than in account balances." Neville looked at him for a moment, and then made a small sound that was a genuine laugh, surprised out of him. "That's funny," he said. "A little," Harry agreed. The compartment door opened again. Hermione looked in, hair slightly wild from the rush of the platform, a book under her arm, and said, "Harry, I thought that was you," with the satisfaction of someone whose navigational judgment has been confirmed. Then she saw Neville. "Hello, I'm Hermione Granger. Have you read your textbooks yet?" "I've read all of them, though I'm not sure I understood the advanced potion-making one fully." "I haven't read all of them," Neville said. He looked slightly overwhelmed. "Harry has," Hermione said, sitting down. She looked at what Harry was reading. "Magical Bloodlines." "That's not on the list." "No," Harry said. "Is it good?" "Interesting chapter on the Evans and Gaunt bloodlines. My mother's family." Hermione sat up slightly straighter. "Can I borrow it when you're done?" "Yes," Harry said. Another knock, or rather no knock. The door slid open and a blond boy looked in with the practiced ease of someone who had been moving through spaces with ownership since birth. He had two large figures flanking him like architectural features. "Is it true?" the blond boy said, looking directly at Harry. "They're saying Harry Potter's on the train." Harry looked up from his book. The blond boy was good-looking in the angular way that suggested strong breeding and the absolute certainty of consequence. His eyes moved across Harry with quick assessment, landed on the scar, moved to the book, moved to Hermione and Neville with the swift dismissal of someone categorizing people on sight. "I'm Draco Malfoy," he said. He offered his hand. Harry looked at the hand. "Harry Potter," he said. He did not take it. Malfoy's hand stayed extended for a moment, just a moment, before he withdrew it with the smoothness of someone who had been trained to absorb minor slights without expression. But his eyes sharpened. "You should be careful," Malfoy said, "about who you make friends with. Some families," his eyes moved to Neville, to Hermione, with the efficiency of a sorting mechanism, "are more useful than others." "I'll keep that in mind," Harry said. "My father knows everyone worth knowing at the ministry," Malfoy said. It was a statement of fact, offered as a credential. "And at the school. It's useful, having the right connections when you start." "I have connections," Harry said. Malfoy looked at him. "Such as?" "Gringotts," Harry said. "Primarily." He paused. "I find financial relationships more reliable than social ones. They have clearer terms." Something moved across Malfoy's face, a reassessment, quick and involuntary. He had clearly come and prepared for the standard dynamic, famous name, muggle-raised, ignorant of the social landscape, manageable. He had not prepared for this specific version. "Your father banks at Gringotts?" Harry said, watching Malfoy carefully. "Most people do, I suppose. Which arbiter does he use?" "I don't, that's not," Malfoy paused. He had not expected to be asked a financial question. "That's private." "Of course," Harry said pleasantly. He went back to his book. Malfoy stood in the doorway for a moment, recalibrating. The two large boys behind him shifted slightly. "I hope we're in the same house," Malfoy said. "Slytherin, I expect." "We'll see," Harry said, without looking up. Malfoy left. The compartment door slid closed. Hermione was looking at Harry with an expression he was beginning to recognize as her working face, the one that meant she was processing something rapidly and wasn't quite ready to articulate it yet. "You were different with him than with us," she said. "He was testing me," Harry said. "How could you tell?" "The hand," Harry said. Offering the handshake before introductions. "It was an assessment, take the hand, you're manageable. Don't take it, you have an instinct for hierarchy." He turned a page. "His father is Lucius Malfoy. He was a Death Eater. He claimed to be under the Imperious Curse after Voldemort was defeated, which Gringotts records note without commentary but which I find worth noting." Neville had gone slightly pale at the name. Hermione had not, she looked interested. "You say it out loud," Hermione said. "The name?" "Yes. Most people don't. Most people's response to fear is avoidance," Harry said. "I find that tends to make the fear larger." He closed the book. "His name is Voldemort. He killed my parents when I was 1 year old. He's connected to me through a contract that I've been managing for 3 years. He looked at both of them. I intend to deal with him eventually. I'm not afraid of him." Neville stared. "You've been managing a contract," Hermione said, leaning forward. "What contract?" "A Gringotts compact," Harry said. "It's a long story. I'll tell you properly at some point." "I'd like that," Hermione said, in the tone of someone adding an item to a reading list. Neville was quiet for a moment, still slightly pale, and then he said, carefully, "Are you actually not afraid of him? Or is that something you say?" Harry looked at him. He thought about the question honestly, about the difference between performing fearlessness and actually having it, which was a distinction worth respecting. Both, sometimes, Harry said. The part that says it out loud is habit. The part that's actually not afraid is, it's based on information. I know what I'm dealing with. Knowing makes it smaller. Neville thought about this. Trevor shifted in his hands. I'm afraid of quite a lot of things, Neville said quietly. I don't think knowing makes it smaller for me. It might, Harry said. If you know the right things. He paused. What are you most afraid of? Being a disappointment, Neville said, immediately, and then looked slightly startled at having said it. Harry nodded. That's not the same as being afraid of a person, he said. That one's harder. But it's also more solvable, because it's entirely about you. Neville looked at him with the expression of someone who had received a piece of information and needed time to examine it. The train ran north. The platform was long behind them and ahead was Scotland and a castle and the beginning of everything. Hagrid met them at Hogsmeade Station with a lantern and the specific energy of a man who loves his job completely and has never for a moment pretended otherwise. He was enormous, larger than any person Harry had seen in person, and his voice was a physical object, warm and reverberating. Fur's years, he called, over the crowd. Fur's years this way. Harry followed with Hermione and Neville. In the boats on the Black Lake, with the castle rising ahead of them out of the dark water with its thousand-lit windows and its towers and its absolute, unapologetic magnitude, Harry sat very still and looked at it and felt something that was not calculation or strategy or plan. It was the feeling of a place that was going to matter. Hermione was next to him, her expression the open-faced wonder of someone whose imagination had been building this image for months and was now reconciling it with reality and finding reality larger. Neville had both hands on the sides of the boat and was looking at the castle with something that was half terror and half longing. Across the boat, a red-haired boy Harry hadn't met was watching the castle with his mouth slightly open. Harry looked at all of them, this collection of people on the edge of something, and felt, alongside the strategic thinking and the careful preparation and the clear-eyed assessment of what was coming, something else. Something that had nothing to do with vaults or compacts or enforcement notices. He was 11 years old and he was going to school and he was, unexpectedly, not doing it alone. The boat reached the shore. He climbed out. Professor McGonagall met them at the entrance, tall, precise, with the exact quality of authority that came from 30 years of managing children who thought they were cleverer than they were, and her eyes moved across the line of first years with the practiced assessment of someone reading a complicated sentence. They landed on Harry. She looked at him. He looked at her. He had read about her. Minerva McGonagall, Transfiguration Professor, Deputy Headmistress, Order of Merlin First Class. She had been at Hogwarts longer than most of the students' parents. She had known James and Lily Potter. Something moved in her expression when she looked at him. Not sentiment, McGonagall, from everything he'd read, was not a sentimental woman, but recognition. The look of someone seeing a pattern complete itself. Mr. Potter, she said. Professor McGonagall, Harry said. She held his gaze for a moment, and he held hers, and she gave a very small nod, a single, contained acknowledgement, and moved on to the rest of the line. Inside, the great hall was exactly what Hogwarts, a history had described. 4 long tables. The ceiling that was not a ceiling but a sky. The thousands of candles. The students already seated, turning to watch the first year's process in with the frank curiosity of people who have been waiting all summer. Harry walked in and felt the stares land on him like weather, every pair of eyes in the hall finding him, recognizing him, carrying the weight of a story he'd had no hand in writing. He walked through it at a normal pace without adjusting his expression or his gait, and he looked at the staff table, and there was Dumbledore, and their eyes met briefly across the length of the hall. Dumbledore inclined his head. Harry inclined his. It was the acknowledgement of 2 people who have unfinished business and have agreed on the terms of deferral. The sorting hat was placed on a stool. It opened its brim and sang. Harry listened to the song with the focused attention he gave to everything new, parsing it for information. The 4 houses. The qualities valued by each. The hat's role as judge. He thought about what Hermione had said on the train, about the hat having the Founder's accumulated knowledge, and about his own conversation with himself on the bus to London 4 years ago about categories and what he was. When his name was called and he sat on the stool and the hat dropped over his eyes, the darkness it brought was complete. And in the dark, a voice spoke directly into his thoughts. Well, the hat said, with a quality of surprise that Harry found interesting, because he suspected the hat was not often surprised. I haven't seen one like you in a very long time. Already organized. Already oriented. You've been busy, Harry Potter. Yes, Harry thought. The question is where to put you. There's bravery here, genuine, the kind that isn't about fearlessness but about choosing action over passivity. There's ambition, considerable ambition, but not the kind that burns for its own sake. And there's, the hat paused. Intelligence that you've been using rather than demonstrating. That's unusual. Most clever children want people to notice. Noticing slows things down, Harry thought. Indeed. Another pause. You've read the compact. Both of them. You understand what you're bound to. Yes. And you're not angry about it. Not particularly, Harry thought honestly. Being angry about the shape of a thing doesn't change the shape. Your mother thought the same, the hat said quietly. Extraordinary woman. She argued with me for 4 minutes. Harry sat with that for a moment. Gryffindor, the hat said. But not because you're the bravest. Because you are the one most likely, when the time comes, to choose the hard thing over the safe thing, and to do it while knowing exactly what it costs. It paused. That's the truest Gryffindor there is. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry removed the hat, handed it back to McGonagall, who had the expression of someone who had been holding her breath without quite realizing it, and walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down. A red-haired boy who had arrived in the boat slid into the seat next to him a few minutes later after his own sorting. Ron Weasley, he said, with the easy friendliness of a boy who had 6 siblings and had never, in his life, had any difficulty locating company. You're Harry Potter. Yes, Harry said. Wicked, Ron said, apparently having resolved the matter. He reached for the food that had appeared on the table and began serving himself with the focused enthusiasm of someone who had been on a train for many hours. "D'you play Quidditch?" "I haven't yet," Harry said. "But I'd like to." "First years don't usually get to play," Ron said. "But Fred and George, my brothers, those 2 idiots, Fred says you can always get a tryout if you're exceptional." "Are you exceptional?" Harry thought about this honestly. "I don't know yet. I've never been on a broomstick." "I'll teach you," Ron said, with the magnanimous certainty of someone who has just made a decision and is pleased with it. "There's room at home over the summer. Mum'll probably insist on feeding you, she feeds everyone, you'll have to just accept that." Harry looked at him. This offer had been made in approximately 90 seconds of acquaintance, offered with complete casualness, as though befriending Harry Potter was a natural and obvious thing that required no ceremony. He found he liked it very much. "All right," Harry said. "Good." Ron passed him the potatoes. "Eat something, you look like you haven't been fed properly." Harry took the potatoes and put them on his plate and looked at the spread of the table, the extraordinary abundance of it, the entirely real and present fact of a full, hot meal placed in front of him without condition or commentary, and thought that this, too, was something he had been waiting for. He ate. The hall was warm and loud around him, the candles burned, the ceiling shifted with cloud and star, and somewhere at the head of the table Dumbledore was watching him with those half-moon eyes, and somewhere in London a vault stood open with his mother's handwriting in it, and somewhere a man who was not quite dead was not quite gone. But right now there was food, and Hermione was 3 seats down arguing with someone about wand theory, and Neville was looking at his plate with the quiet relief of someone who has survived the first frightening thing, and Ron Weasley was telling him about every significant Quidditch result from the past 5 years with the assumption that Harry would find all of it as fascinating as he did. Harry listened, and ate, and was present, and thought that Hogwarts was exactly what he had been building toward for 4 years, and that it was, improbably and specifically, enough. Chapter 6, The Sorting of Harry Potter. The morning after the sorting, Harry woke early. This was habit. He had always woken early. The cupboard had trained him to use the quiet hours before the house stirred, when the light bulb was his alone and the sounds of Vernon and Dudley were still hours away. Now the habit expressed itself differently. He was the first one up in the first-year boys' dormitory, dressed and sitting on his bed with a book in the grey pre-dawn, while Ron and Neville and 2 boys named Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan breathed the slow rhythms of genuine sleep around him. He was reading the magical contract law text. Not because he needed it immediately, he needed it eventually, specifically for the question of the primary compact's obligations and how they intersected with Hogwarts policy, but because early morning reading was how he thought, and he had thinking to do. The night had given him a great deal to process. The Great Hall. The sorting. The hat's comment about his mother arguing with it for 4 minutes, which Harry had turned over 6 times before sleep and was still turning over now. The staff table, McGonagall's contained recognition, Dumbledore's deliberate eye contact, and a man with a purple turban on the wrong side of his head who had looked at Harry's scar with an expression that was not quite the right shape for the occasion. He made a note about the man with the turban. Professor Quirrell, according to Hermione, who had researched all the staff. Defense against the dark arts. Nervous sort, apparently had a bad experience with vampires in Romania, Hermione had said, and Harry had filed this under things that don't fully add up and left it there. He had also made a note about Draco Malfoy, who had been sorted into Slytherin and who had, across the width of the Great Hall, given Harry the kind of look that communicated he was not done with the conversation from the train. Harry was not worried about this. He found Malfoy interesting in the way that a complicated legal instrument was interesting, full of mechanisms that needed understanding before they could be properly assessed. Ron rolled over in his sleep and said something about Quidditch and then settled again. Harry looked at him and thought about the offer of broomstick lessons and the automatic inclusion of it, the casual generosity of it, and felt the same thing he'd felt on the train, that particular warmth that didn't have a clean name yet. He went back to his book. Classes started on Thursday, and Harry approached them the way he approached everything, with preparation, attention, and the absence of performance. He had read all the textbooks. He had also read beyond the textbooks, in several cases well beyond, so that when Professor Flitwick's charms class began with the levitation charm and the theory behind it, Harry already had the theoretical framework. He sat through the explanation not because he needed it but because watching how Flitwick taught was itself interesting, and because watching his classmates encounter the material for the first time gave him information. Hermione's hand was up within 60 seconds of the introduction. Neville was leaning forward with concentrated effort, his expression the one Harry was beginning to know as his "I will make this work if it kills me" face. Ron was watching Hermione with a mixture of admiration and irritation that Harry suspected said more about Ron than about Hermione. When they moved to practice, Harry produced the levitation on his 3rd attempt. He said nothing about this. He put the feather down and watched Seamus try to do the same and offer guidance when Seamus asked for it. Hermione got it on her first attempt, turned to see if Harry had noticed, and found him helping Seamus. Her expression did something pleased. The person who struggled most was Neville. He was trying hard, too hard, Harry thought, the effort fighting the relaxed intention that the charm required, and his feather kept twitching without rising, as though the magic was there but couldn't find its route. "Neville," Harry said, during a lull. Neville looked up. He had the slightly hunted expression of a boy waiting to be told what he'd done wrong. "Stop trying to force it," Harry said. "The wand's already got the motion. You just need to let it happen rather than pushing." What does that mean, practically?" "Think about what you want rather than what you're doing," Harry said. "Instruction plus intent. You're doing all instruction." Neville looked at his wand. He looked at the feather. He made the motion once more, with the specific quality of someone who has just adjusted their approach, and the feather rose 6 inches off the desk. Neville's expression was extraordinary. Pure, unguarded, the look of someone who has just discovered that a thing they feared was not as impossible as they thought. "Brilliant," Harry said, and meant it. Professor Flitwick arrived at their desk beaming. "Excellent, Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, excellent indeed." His voice carried that quality of genuine delight that Harry had already identified as the man's defining characteristic. After class, in the corridor, Neville said quietly, "Thank you. For what you said." "It was just information," Harry said. "Most people don't give me information," Neville said. "They just watch me fail and feel better about themselves." Harry looked at him. "That's a waste of time," he said. "For everyone." Potions was the one Harry had thought most about. He had read the textbook and the advanced text both, and he had formed some understanding of Severus Snape from his father's journal, not a full picture, because James Potter's accounts were clearly those of a teenager with a specific rival, but enough to understand that the relationship had been complicated and that the name had weight. He had also found a passing reference to Snape in his mother's documents, a single line, in a note that seemed to be addressed to James, that said Sev is angry because he is frightened. He always has been. The note was undated and Harry didn't know its full context, but the observation seemed important. The potions classroom was in the dungeons. It was cold and smelled of things preserved and things dissolved, and the jars on the shelves were full of objects that looked like decisions made in poor lighting. Harry sat at a workbench with Ron and looked around and thought about his mother learning here, working at one of these benches, probably in the company of the boy who had later become the man at the front of the room. Snape arrived in a way that was entirely unlike Flitwick's warm energy or McGonagall's precise authority. It was a controlled entrance, the entrance of someone who had decided that presence was a weapon and had been sharpening it for decades. The black robes. The stillness. The way the room reorganized itself around his attention. He called roll. He reached Harry's name and paused. "Ah," Snape said. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Harry looked at him. He had been called worse things than celebrity. Snape began asking questions, rapid, pointed, framed as a welcome but structured as an examination. What would he get if he added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Where would he find a bezoar? What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry answered all three. Not quickly, not showily, but accurately and without hesitation. The first answer came with a qualifier, the draught of living death, though the potency depends on timing, the asphodel needs to be added at simmering point, not boiling. The second was direct. The third was brief, they're the same plant. 2 names. Snape stood very still for a moment after the third answer. Ron was looking at Harry. Hermione, across the room, had her hand raised and was looking at Harry with the expression of someone who had expected to be the most prepared person in the room and was revising this assessment. "You've read the textbook," Snape said. His tone made it simultaneously a statement and an accusation. "And 2 supplementary texts," Harry said. "The Phipps Alderton Advanced Volume and a first edition Beaumarchais on plant-based antidotes." Something moved in Snape's expression. It was quick and involuntary and Harry caught it only because he was watching carefully, a flicker of something that was not what he expected. Not irritation. Something more complicated. "We'll see," Snape said, and moved on. The practical work was precise and methodical and Harry found it exactly as interesting as he'd expected, the specific pleasure of correct sequence, of material responding to proper technique, of things that only worked when done right. He and Ron produced a perfectly adequate boil-cure potion. Neville, 2 benches away, had an accident that turned his potion orange and melted his cauldron slightly. At the end of class, as students were filing out, Harry stayed to clean his workspace, habit, and Snape appeared at his bench. "Your mother," Snape said. He kept his voice flat. "Was the finest potion student I have taught in this school." He was looking at Harry's cleared workspace rather than at him. She would have found that first exercise unchallenging. I thought so too, Harry said. The sequence is very basic. Snape looked at him then. Full on, direct, assessing. Don't become arrogant, Snape said. Your father was talented and arrogant and it limited him. I know, Harry said. I read his journal. Whatever Snape had expected Harry to say, it was not that. His expression went through a rapid sequence that was too fast to decode fully. You have his journal, Snape said. It was in the secondary vault. He wrote about you a few times. Harry picked up his bag. He wrote about my mother more. He paused. She wrote about you too. In her documents. She said you were angry because you were frightened. The dungeons were almost empty. A single torch in the corridor flickered. Snape was standing at Harry's bench looking at him with an expression that had dispensed entirely with its usual controlled surface and was showing something raw underneath, just briefly, before the surface came back. Good afternoon, Professor, Harry said, and went to class. The conversation got around. Not from Harry, he didn't talk about it, but Hogwarts was a school, and schools were ecosystems of information, and by Friday evening it was widely known in Gryffindor that Harry Potter had answered Snape's opening questions and cleaned his workspace and apparently said something to Snape privately that had caused the man to stand in the empty potions corridor for an observable period afterward, expression unreadable. Ron had opinions about this. He expressed them at dinner with the frank energy he brought to most subjects. I've never heard of anyone getting to Snape, Ron said, gesturing with his fork. My brothers, Fred and George especially, they've been trying for 5 years. He's like a wall. I didn't get to him, Harry said. I just told him the truth. What truth? Harry considered how to answer this. That his history with my parents was more complicated than the story he's been telling himself about it, he said. Hermione was looking at him. She had that working face on. How do you know his history with your parents? Documents. My mother's papers. And my father's journal. You have your father's journal, Hermione said, with the reverent precision of someone identifying a primary source. Yes. Can I mean, obviously that's very private, I wouldn't, not the personal parts, Harry said. But there are sections on magical theory and practice that would be interesting. I'll copy the relevant bits. Hermione's expression was the face of someone who has just received an unexpected gift and is trying to be polite about their delight. She managed it, mostly. I've been thinking, she said, transitioning with characteristic speed, about something you said on the train. The compact. The one you've been managing since you were 7. Harry ate his soup and waited. You said Voldemort is connected to it through the Gaunt bloodline, she said, lowering her voice on the name with the instinct of someone whose research had flagged it as significant even if her own courage hadn't caught up yet. Yes. And the primary compact creates an obligation, for you, specifically, in relation to a significant threat to the wizarding community. Yes. Hermione looked at her plate. She looked at Harry. You've known about this for years. You walked into Hogwarts knowing you're bound, by an 800-year-old magical document, to deal with the person who killed your parents. More or less, Harry said. And you're just, what? Fine with it? I'm functional with it, Harry said. There's a difference. I think about it. I'll think about it for a long time. But I've had 4 years to start adjusting to the shape of it, and in that time I've also been doing everything else. He paused. Being angry about it or frightened of it doesn't make the obligation go away. It just makes me less prepared. Hermione stared at him. Then she said, very quietly, you're extraordinary. Harry looked at her. You'd have done the same, he said. Given the same information at the same age. She considered this seriously, which he liked about her. She didn't deflect it. I'd like to think so, she said. I'm not certain. I am, Harry said. Ron was following this conversation with the expression of someone watching a tennis match played slightly faster than he'd anticipated, head moving between them. "So you both knew about you-know-who before you got here," he said. "And you've both been reading mad amounts. I feel like I'm behind." "You're not behind," Neville said, from Ron's other side. He was eating carefully, as he did everything, with the precise attention of someone trying not to break anything. "I read about 3 pages of the textbook over summer and spent most of it trying to convince my gran to let me have a different wand." "Same wand or new?" Harry asked. "New," Neville said. "My dad's one never really worked for me. Gran kept saying I should persevere, but Mr. Ollivander said very clearly it was the wand choosing the wizard, and my dad's wand chose my dad." He paused. "I've got a new one. It's better. Still getting used to it." "It'll come," Harry said. The library became Harry's second home within the first 2 weeks. He went every evening for at least an hour, sometimes 2, and Hermione was invariably already there. They fell into a working pattern that was comfortable without requiring discussion, parallel research, occasional questions exchanged across the table, the specific companionship of 2 people who prefer working alongside someone to working alone. It was in the library, at the end of the second week, that Hermione put down her quill and said, without preamble, "Quirrell." Harry looked up. "There's something wrong with him," she said. She said it quietly, with the particular quality she had when she was stating a conclusion she'd been resisting and has finally stopped resisting. "I know I know we've only been here 2 weeks, I noticed in the Great Hall," Harry said. "The first night." She stared at him. "What did you notice?" He looked at my scar. "Most people look at it and then look away, it's awkward, they know they're staring." Quirrell looked at it with analysis. Like he was reading something. Harry set his quill down. "And the turban?" "The turban is strange," Hermione agreed. She was leaning forward now. "I looked up his previous public appearances. There are a few mentions in Magical Education Quarterly, before he went to Romania. He didn't wear a turban. And the smell in the corridor near his classroom, garlic and something else," Harry said. "Something underneath. I don't know what it is yet." "I don't either. But it's wrong." She paused. "Do you think it connects to—" "I don't know," Harry said honestly. "I think Dumbledore thinks something is coming. He said as much, when I spoke to him at Gringotts. He thinks Voldemort is not resolved." He paused. "And there's something else. Hagrid. When he brought me to Gringotts the day I bought my wand, he collected something from a high-security vault. Vault 713. Hermione's eyes were wide. "How do you know it was high security?" He asked for Vault 713 and 2 security trolls appeared that hadn't been there for any of the other vaults. "I asked Sharpstone about it at our next meeting." Harry paused. Sharpstone was careful about what he said, which means it's something Gringotts considers sensitive. But he confirmed the vault had been accessed and its primary contents removed. Hermione sat back. "And that same day, before the feast, there was a break-in at Gringotts. It was in the Daily Prophet. I read it on the train. The attempted break-in was at Vault 713. She looked at Harry. Whatever was in that vault, someone tried to take it. Someone knew it was there. And Hagrid collected it first," Harry said. "On Dumbledore's instructions." They looked at each other across the library table. "It's here," Hermione said. "Whatever it is, it's somewhere in the school." "Almost certainly," Harry said. He picked up his quill. "I'm going to write to Sharpstone. The compact gives me certain information rights, anything affecting my security or interests. I want to know what was in that vault." "Will he tell you?" "He'll tell me what he can. Which is usually more than anyone expects." The owl went out that night and the response came back the following morning at breakfast, landing neatly beside Harry's toast with the precise placement of a bird that had been trained to be inconspicuous. The note was short. Sharpstone's writing, formal and compressed. The vault contained a Class A restricted artifact. Original provenance, Nicholas Flamel. Current custodian, Dumbledore. Per compact information rights, artifact is a transformation stone. Use of said artifact is connected to historical primary compact literature in ways I am not at liberty to specify. Recommend direct consultation with Dumbledore. Do not delay. Ron had been reading over Harry's shoulder without asking. Nicholas Flamel, he said. I know that name. He frowned. One of the famous wizard cards. Chocolate Frog card. He's an alchemist. He invented the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione said immediately, from Harry's other side. She had also read the note. Harry had angled it for her deliberately. It's in Great Alchemists of the 17th Century. I read it in second week. The stone creates the elixir of life, it can give immortality. Harry sat with this. He looked at Sharpstone's note. Connected to historical primary compact literature. The primary compact. His mother's signature. The obligation. If Voldemort was not resolved, if he had survived in some reduced form, and if a stone that could create immortality was in this school, inside a set of protections that someone had already tried to breach from outside, he folded the note. I need to speak to Dumbledore, he said. Now? Ron asked. This week, Harry said. But first I need to read something. He stood up, leaving the remainder of his breakfast. Hermione, the Flamel reference in Great Alchemists, can you find anything about the stone's connection to older magical law? Specifically contract law or obligation structures? Hermione was already mentally indexing. I'll look. Give me tonight. Thank you. Harry picked up his bag. Where are you going? Ron asked. Flying lessons in an hour, Harry said. I want to think on a broomstick. He had not been on a broomstick before. This was, technically, a problem, in that first-year flying lessons were introductory and the introductory material would not occupy his attention sufficiently to allow actual thought. He had planned to simply pay close enough attention to the instruction to get the basics, and then to think. What actually happened was different. Madame Hooch lined the first years up beside their brooms and gave the command, and Harry set up with the same quality of intention he'd been using on inanimate objects for 4 years, and the broom smacked into his hand with an enthusiasm that Madame Hooch clocked immediately from 10 feet away. Natural hold, she said, coming down the line and looking at his grip. Have you flown before? No, Harry said. You're holding it as if you have. She looked at him. We'll see. The hover exercise was straightforward. The controlled movement exercises were more interesting. Hooch walked them through the mechanics, lean forward, shift weight, the relationship between body position and broom response, and Harry listened with the focused attention of someone receiving new vocabulary for something they can already do instinctively. Neville, 2 spots down, rose too fast and panicked and shot backward and upward in a single terrifying arc. He came off at 15 feet and landed hard on the ground. Harry was moving before Hooch had finished shouting, stepping out of line, crossing to where Neville was down. Neville was conscious but shaken, his wrist bent at an angle it shouldn't be. Harry crouched beside him. Don't move it, Harry said. Hooch'll take you to the hospital wing. I ruined the lesson, Neville said, through gritted teeth. You didn't ruin anything. Brooms are difficult and your confidence is still catching up with your ability. They're 2 different things. Harry stayed beside him while Hooch organized the trip to the hospital wing, and when Hooch told the rest of the class to stay on the ground and not mount their brooms, Harry was the only one back in line before she finished the sentence. In the confusion, Hooch taking Neville away, students crowding around, Malfoy saying something Harry wasn't paying attention to, Harry remained by his broom and thought about the Philosopher's Stone and Quirrell and the corridor on the 3rd floor that the sorting night announcement had described as out of bounds to all students. Potter. Malfoy had materialized next to him. He was holding something, Neville's Remembrall, the little glass ball that Neville's Gran had sent. He was tossing it up and catching it with the comfortable ease of someone who had handled expensive fragile things all his life. "I found this on the ground." "Give it back," Harry said. "I might," Malfoy said. "Or I might." He mounted his broom and shot upward, 20 feet, 30, holding the remembrall up. "Showing off." "Testing." Harry looked at him. Malfoy was watching him, from up there, with the expression of someone who had constructed a situation and was waiting to see what it produced. "Come after it. Show everyone you can't control the situation. Or stand here and let him keep it." Harry mounted his broom. He went straight up, not gradually, but vertically, with the clean confidence of someone who had done this before even though he hadn't, because the intention was there before the experience, and came level with Malfoy in under 4 seconds. Malfoy blinked. "Give it back," Harry said. They were 30 feet up. The courtyard was below them, the students all looking up, and the October sky was cold and grey and enormous around them. "You shouldn't be up here," Malfoy said. "First years aren't supposed to, give it back, Draco," Harry said. Something in his tone, the use of the first name, the complete absence of heat or competition, did something to Malfoy's expression. He had expected a contest. A chase. He had expected Harry to scramble. Or what? Malfoy said. But it came out wrong. It came out defensive rather than contemptuous. "Or nothing, particularly," Harry said. "It belongs to Neville. He's in the hospital wing with a broken wrist. Give it back." Malfoy tossed it. Not at Harry, sideways, away from him, a petulant jettison. Harry turned his broom and caught it without thinking, the muscle memory of intention kicking in before the physical calculation could, and he had it in his hand before it had dropped 10 feet. He flew back down and landed. McGonagall was standing at the edge of the courtyard. She had appeared at some point during the exchange and had the expression of someone who has been holding several conflicting reactions simultaneously. "Potter," she said. "Come with me." Harry thought, with a brief flicker of pure inconvenience, that he was going to be expelled on day 14. He followed her across the courtyard without visible concern. She took him into the castle and up 2 flights of stairs and knocked on a door marked Quidditch Team Private. Oliver Wood opened it. "Wood," McGonagall said, with the brisk certainty of someone who has already made a decision before the meeting. "I've found you a seeker." He was on the Gryffindor Quidditch team by evening. Ron was ecstatic in a way that was both genuine and slightly vicarious, living through Harry's news with the energy of someone who would very much like to be in the same situation. "You'll need a better broom," Ron said, with the authority of someone who had read Quidditch publications since he could read. "The school nimbuses are," Wood said the same, Harry said. "I'll get one." He wrote to Sharpstone that night, one additional item on a letter that was already covering 3 other subjects. He received confirmation the following day that a Nimbus 2000, the current model, the fastest available, could be purchased through the secondary vault's existing arrangement with quality Quidditch supplies. It arrived on Saturday morning at breakfast in a long thin package that everyone in the hall noticed and several people tried to identify. Malfoy noticed. He was at the Slytherin table and he looked at the package and looked at Harry and looked at the package again, and his expression went through several transitions before settling on something that he'd clearly worked to make neutral. Harry unwrapped it under the table, just enough to confirm it, and then wrapped it back up and put it under his chair and ate his breakfast. "You're not going to show it off?" Ron asked, in a tone suggesting he would absolutely show it off. "I'll fly it at practice," Harry said. "But, Ron." Harry looked at him. "If I wave a Nimbus 2000 around at breakfast, I'm performing. I'd rather just fly." He picked up his toast. "There's a difference." Ron considered this. "I suppose," he said. "But it's a Nimbus 2000. "Yes," Harry said. "It is." He went to see Dumbledore on a Wednesday evening. He had sent a note first. He believed in notes, they established terms, gave the other party time to prepare, prevented the kind of ambush that could result in defensiveness and unconstructive conversation. Dumbledore had responded the same day, in his unhurried cursive, "Wednesday at 7, if that suits. My office." The gargoyle opened on sherbet lemon, which Harry noted, and he climbed the spiral staircase and knocked. The office was circular and warm and full of the accumulated evidence of a very long life, the portraits of former headmasters, the spinning instruments, Fawkes the Phoenix sitting on his stand with the patient incandescence of a creature that measured time differently than mammals. Dumbledore was at his desk. "Harry," he said, with the warmth that was always genuine. "Sit down." "Tea." "Please," Harry said. He sat across the desk and waited while Dumbledore poured. He had been in this room before, in his mind, had built it from Hogwarts, a history and his father's descriptions and his own projections, and the reality was close to the mental model, which he found satisfying. "I have Sharpstone's note," Harry said, when the tea was poured. He placed a copy of it on the desk. Dumbledore read it. He read it the way he read things, not quickly, but with the attention of someone for whom reading was an act of genuine engagement rather than information retrieval. "He told you about the stone," Dumbledore said. "He told me it was here. He told me it connects to the primary compact literature." Harry looked at him. "That's the part one want to understand." Dumbledore looked at the fire for a moment. Then he looked at Harry with the expression Harry had seen at Gringotts, the one that acknowledged that the conversation it had expected to have in several years' time was happening now. "The Philosopher's Stone," Dumbledore said, "is connected to the Peverell line. The original Peverell brothers are the historical source of the Hallows, which you know about, since the invisibility cloak is in your vault." He paused. "The primary compact was first established in the era of the Peverells. The Potter bloodline is Peverell descended." Harry sat with this. "So the compact and the stone are connected through the same bloodline. Through the same era and the same family, yes. The compact's obligation to defend the community, in the primary instrument's language, specifically encompasses threats that seek immortality through illegitimate means." Dumbledore looked at Harry steadily. "This is not coincidental." "He's coming for it," Harry said. "Voldemort." "I believe so. I believe he has been, present, in some reduced form, for some time. Possibly very close." Dumbledore's eyes moved briefly to the ceiling, then back. "The protections on the third-floor corridor are designed to be difficult but not impossible. He paused. "I have arranged them in such a way that they can be overcome. By the right person, with sufficient knowledge and courage." Harry looked at him. "You arranged the protections to be surmountable," Harry said slowly. "Which means you expect someone to get through them." "I expect," Dumbledore said carefully, "that if Voldemort attempts to reach the stone, the attempt itself will require him to reveal himself." "And the revelation," he stopped. "You want him to come," Harry said. "You want him to try. Because the trying will flush him out." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I want the situation resolved," he said. "I believe that resolution requires a confrontation, and I believe this school, these particular circumstances, may provide the conditions for that confrontation." He looked at Harry with the honesty that was his most complicated quality, the thing that made him simultaneously trustworthy and dangerous. "I did not anticipate that you would know this much, this soon." "What did you anticipate?" Harry asked. "A boy who arrived at Hogwarts knowing nothing," Dumbledore said quietly. "Who discovered the magical world fresh. Who could be guided toward understanding gradually, in the way that seemed safest." He looked at his hands. "I made assumptions. About your life at Privet Drive, about what you would and wouldn't have access to. About how much could be deferred." "You made assumptions about what I needed to know," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I did." The fire crackled. Fawkes shifted on his stand and made a sound low in his throat, like a single note from a very deep instrument. "I read your letter," Harry said. "From the vault." Dumbledore looked up. You wrote it the week after my parents died, Harry said. You explained the decision to place me with the Dursleys. The blood protection. The reasoning. He paused. You wrote that you believed a childhood away from the wizarding world would protect me from the weight of celebrity. That it would let me be ordinary for as long as possible. Yes, Dumbledore said. That was for my benefit, Harry said. Or you believed it was. But the compact contradicted it, and you knew about the compact. Harry kept his voice entirely level. You sealed the third vault because the primary compact would have told me, if I'd found it at 7 the way I found the secondary one, exactly what was expected of me. And you wanted to defer that. Dumbledore said nothing. I understand the reasoning, Harry said. I don't think it was entirely wrong. 7 is young to read that you're bound to face down the man who killed your parents. He looked at Dumbledore. But deferring the information didn't defer the obligation. It just meant I faced it with less preparation. Yes, Dumbledore said. It was a very quiet yes. The yes of a man engaging honestly with an accurate critique. I have questions about the stone, Harry said. And about what you expect to happen this year. And I want you to answer them directly, without filtering for what you think I should know at 11. He paused. Can you do that? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. The firelight moved across his face. I can try, he said. It's not a habit I've cultivated, direct disclosure with students. He almost smiled. You make a compelling case for changing that. Start with the corridor, Harry said. Walk me through each protection and what it requires. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. You want to know how to get through. I want to know what's coming, Harry said. I'll decide what to do with it from there. And Dumbledore, who had been making decisions for Harry Potter since before Harry could walk, who had sealed vaults and arranged circumstances and conducted the careful management of a prophesied child with the best of intentions and the worst of outcomes, looked at the 11-year-old across his desk and made a different kind of decision. He started talking. Harry took out his notebook. Chapter 7, Vaults, Secrets, and a very alarmed headmaster. November came in cold and relentless, the kind of cold that settled into Hogwarts stones and stayed there, and Harry spent it in productive parallel tracks, Quidditch practice 3 times a week, classes, library work with Hermione, and a slow, careful assembly of information about the corridor on the 3rd floor. Dumbledore had walked him through 5 of the 7 protections. He had stopped at the 6th with the expression of someone who had given more than they intended and was reassessing. The last 2, he had said, I'll leave for now. Harry had not pushed. He had the 5, which told him the shape of the thing, the structure of challenge and escalation that Dumbledore had built, and he could infer certain things about what was likely beyond. He had written it all up in a notebook in a compressed notation that would look like homework to anyone else, and he had been thinking about it every day since, the way you think about a chess problem that is not yet fully resolved. The thing he kept coming back to was Quirrell. It was, he told Hermione on a Saturday in early November while they shared the corner table in the library that had become effectively theirs, not the smell or the turban or the nervous manner, individually. It was the sum. He's performing, Harry said. Hermione looked up from her charms essay. What do you mean? The stammer. The nervousness. The stories about Romania. Harry set his quill down. Snape performs too, the cold precision, the controlled menace. But Snape's performance is consistent with who he actually is. It amplifies what's there. Quirrell's performance contradicts what's there. Hermione frowned. What do you mean, contradicts? When Snape is cruel it's because he's genuinely, something. Angry, or grieving, or protecting something. It comes from inside. When Quirrell is nervous, there's nothing behind it. It's a costume. Harry paused. He's very good at it. But when he thinks no one's watching, I was in the corridor outside his classroom on Thursday. He was alone. He was completely still. No stammer, no nervous movement. Still. Hermione sat with this. She trusted Harry's observations. She had learned in 2 months of working alongside him that he noticed things that required more than intelligence to catch. "The turban," she said. "I found something. In a book about concealment charms." She pulled a volume from her stack, she always had a stack, and opened it to a marked page. "There's a class of concealment charm called adhesive glamour. It doesn't just hide something visually, it suppresses magical signature. Like a magical dampener, attached to physical fabric." Harry looked at the passage. He read it twice. "So something under the turban," he said. "With a magical signature that needs suppressing." "Something," Hermione said carefully, "with a strong enough magical signature that a full adhesive glamour is required." She paused. "Which is, not nothing. Normal things don't need that level of concealment." They looked at each other. "Voldemort is not resolved," Harry said, repeating Dumbledore's phrasing from the office meeting. "Reduced. Present in some form." He looked at the adhesive glamour passage again. "If he survived as something less than corporeal, a fragment, a remnant, he would need a host." The library was quiet around them. The late afternoon light was going, and the lamps were coming on, warm and yellow. "A parasite," Hermione said, very quietly. "A parasite," Harry agreed. "So Quirrell isn't just a compromised person," Hermione said. "He's occupied. There are 2 of them in one body, and the turban is hiding the evidence of that." "Which means every time we've been near Quirrell," Harry said, "we've been near Voldemort." Hermione's expression went through something complicated. She had the intellectual apparatus for this kind of conclusion, but the emotional processing of "I have sat in a classroom with the man who murdered my best friend's parents" was a different matter. "Are you all right?" Harry asked. She stopped. She pressed her lips together and picked up her quill and then put it down again. "I will be. Give me a moment." He gave her the moment. He waited, and while he waited he thought about Dumbledore's deliberate construction, the passable but surmountable protections, the placement of the stone in a castle full of children. He thought about Quirrell standing in the great hall on the first night looking at Harry's scar with the eyes of 2 people. "Right," Hermione said. She had organized herself. "So Dumbledore knows." "Almost certainly. He put the stone here, in this school, knowing that Voldemort is in Quirrell who is also in this school. He wants the attempt to flush Voldemort out," Harry said. "He said as much. Using the school as a trap." Hermione's voice had an edge in it, carefully controlled. "Using the students as, not quite," Harry said, though he understood why she heard it that way. "I think Dumbledore believes the protections will hold long enough that no student would reach the stone before he intervenes. He expects to be the one who confronts Quirrell." He paused. What he didn't account for was someone working out what was happening and deciding to act independently. Hermione looked at him. "Which is us," she said. "Which is an option," Harry said carefully. "I'm not going to act without better information. And there are things I need to do first." He picked up his quill. "I need to write to Sharpstone again. The compact's protection clauses, there are provisions about magical threats to the heir's safety. I want to know if the presence of Voldemort in the same building constitutes a breach of any existing obligation." "Whose obligation?" "Dumbledore's," Harry said. "He's the provisional authority for my wizarding welfare until I reach majority. That arrangement has legal standing in both the Guardianship Compact and the Ministry's records." He paused. "If he knowingly placed me in proximity to a lethal threat without disclosure, that's a legal argument," Hermione said. She sat up straighter. "You're going to use the compact against Dumbledore." "I'm going to use the compact to get information from Dumbledore," Harry said. "There's a difference. I don't want to destroy him. I want him to stop making decisions for me without my knowledge." Hermione thought about this for a moment. "You're 11, she said. I know. And you're constructing a legal argument using a 500-year-old goblin contract to force information disclosure from Albus Dumbledore. Yes. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she picked up her quill. What do you need me to research? The owl to Sharpstone went out Sunday morning. The response arrived Monday evening during dinner, landing on Harry's plate with the precision of a bird that had been trained by people who did not believe in subtlety. Ron watched Harry read it with the expression he'd developed for Harry's Gringotts correspondence, alert, trying to read upside down, maintaining a pretense of not trying to read upside down. Harry passed it to him when he'd finished. Ron read it. Neville leaned over. Hermione had her own copy. Harry had taken to writing too, which she'd asked for without embarrassment after the third time he'd passed her one anyway. The note was longer than usual. Sharpstone had clearly been expecting this line of inquiry, which meant he'd been thinking about it himself. The presence of a known lethal threat in the designated heir's immediate environment, with or without the knowledge of the heir's provisional guardian, constitutes a Category 2 protection breach under Section 6 of the Secondary Compact. Section 6 requires notification to the heir within 5 working days of the guardian's awareness of any such threat. Failure to notify constitutes grounds for escalated proceedings. Based on timeline provided, the 5-day window lapsed approximately 11 weeks ago. This office has formally logged this matter. Advise the heir that he may, at his discretion, issue a formal breach notification to the provisional guardian directly. This does not require Gringotts intermediation, though this office is available to facilitate if preferred. Note, this office also notes, for the heir's awareness, that a second interest in the stone has been identified through our records. Advise consultation before any direct action. Ron put the letter down. A second interest in the stone. That's the part one need to think about, Harry said. The formal breach notification, Hermione said. She had her working face on. To Dumbledore. You're going to tell him he's in breach. I'm going to tell him formally, Harry said. There's a difference between Dumbledore knowing I know, which he does, and Dumbledore receiving a document that says he is legally in breach of a protective obligation. The first is a conversation. The second is a record. Why does the record matter? Neville asked. He was following more carefully than he let on. Harry had noticed this. Neville absorbed things quietly and then demonstrated understanding at unexpected moments. Because records persist, Harry said. And because formal documentation changes how people behave. If Dumbledore has a documented breach, every subsequent decision he makes about me will be made with the knowledge that the documentation exists. He'll be more careful. More transparent. He paused. He's not a bad person. He's a person who is used to being the one who decides what information is necessary. The documentation makes that habit more costly. Ron was quiet for a moment. My dad talks about Dumbledore like he's, I don't know. Like he's the reason the war ended. Like there's nothing he can't handle. I think he probably is extraordinary, Harry said. I also think extraordinary people are particularly prone to believing their judgment is better than other people's, because in most cases it has been. He drank his pumpkin juice. That's not a reason to give him unchecked authority over my life. Fair, Ron said, after a moment, with the blunt practicality that Harry had come to rely on. Ron's great gift was the ability to assess things without sentiment. He was occasionally wrong, but he was never dishonest. He wrote the formal breach notification that evening. He used the legal language from the compact and from Sharpstone's guidance, kept it precise and stripped of heat, and signed it Harry James Potter, recognized heir, Potter bloodline, Gringotts Compact reference 1870/P. He sent it by owl to Dumbledore's office with a note on the outside that said simply for the headmaster's immediate attention. He received a reply within the hour. It said, breakfast. Tomorrow. 7 o'clock. A.D. Harry wrote back, 7 works. The gargoyle knew him now. It moved without waiting for a password. Dumbledore was already at his desk when Harry arrived, and there was a full breakfast laid out on a side table, eggs, toast, things in warming dishes. It was a generous spread, which Harry understood as a combination of genuine hospitality and the specific Dumbledore move of establishing physical comfort before difficult conversation. Harry sat down. He put a modest amount of food on his plate and waited. "You sent a formal breach notification," Dumbledore said. He had the letter on his desk. He did not look alarmed, he looked, Harry thought, like a man who has been waiting for a thing to arrive and feels a complicated mixture of relief and apprehension now that it has. "Yes," Harry said. "You're 11 years old," Dumbledore said. Harry ate a forkful of egg. "We've established that," he said. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression that was, unmistakably, amusement. He pressed it down. "The breach notification is legally valid," he said. "I reviewed the Compact's Section 6 last night. You're correct that the 5-day window lapsed." He looked at Harry. "I should have told you." "Yes," Harry said. "My reasoning, your reasoning," Harry said, "was that I'm 11 and the information is frightening and the protective instinct was to manage my exposure to it." He set his fork down. "I understand the reasoning. I know it comes from care. But Voldemort is in this building, in Professor Quirrell's body, and has been since September, and the Compact requires that you tell me when there is a lethal threat in my immediate environment. Those two things exist simultaneously, regardless of how you feel about them." Dumbledore looked at him. "You know about Quirrell?" "Yes." "How long?" 3 weeks. The turban is an adhesive glamour. The magical signature underneath it is, I haven't confirmed it directly, but the logic of the situation is fairly clear." Harry paused. Hermione identified the glamour. "I identified the behavioral inconsistency." Dumbledore sat back in his chair. He looked at Harry with the expression that Harry had come to think of as his recalibration expression, the one that appeared when the version of events in his head was being revised by the version in front of him. "You mentioned a second interest in the stone," Harry said. "Sharpstone's note. What does that mean? Who is the second interest?" Dumbledore asked instead. "I don't know," Harry said. "That's why I'm asking." "Nicholas Flamel himself," Dumbledore said. "He is very old, 665 years. The stone has sustained him and his wife for centuries. He has been, following the situation with the stone's removal from Gringotts, with concern. There is an arrangement between himself and the Compact, through historical instruments I won't fully detail, that makes the stone's fate consequential to the Compact's integrity." Harry filed this under things to research with the Compact's historical literature cross-reference. "So Flamel has an interest in whether Voldemort gets the stone," Harry said. "And the Compact has an interest. And I have an interest, because Voldemort is in the same building as me." He looked at Dumbledore. "What's the plan?" "I intend," Dumbledore said carefully, "to be here when the attempt is made." "You intend to be here," Harry said. "And if you're not?" Dumbledore was quiet. "You left the school last week," Harry said. "Ministry summons. You were gone 2 days. I received assurances, Quirrell knows you're gone the moment your owl leaves," Harry said. "The attempt will come when you're not here. That's the optimal time." Dumbledore looked at him. He looked at the fire. He looked back. "You want to know the last 2 protections," he said. "I want to know what I'm dealing with," Harry said. "I'm not going down the corridor for fun. But I want to know the full structure of what's there, so that if something goes wrong, I'm not operating blind." "You're 11, Dumbledore said again, but this time it came out differently, not as an objection but almost as a statement of wonder, the same tone you'd use to identify something unexpected and remarkable. "I was 7 when I found the Compact," Harry said. "I was 7 when I came to Gringotts alone on the bus. I've been making decisions about my own situation since before I knew the wizarding world was real." He looked at Dumbledore steadily. "I'm not 11 in the way you mean it." A long pause. "No," Dumbledore said. You're not. He told Harry the last two protections. Harry wrote them down. The sixth was a logic puzzle, bottles and potions, a fire at one end and ice at the other, the kind of problem that killed most people not because the solution was difficult but because panic made it so. Harry's mind had been solving logic problems since he was 7. He thought through it in approximately 90 seconds while Dumbledore watched. The nettle wine, Harry said. Second from the left. And the small round bottle for going back. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows very slightly. Correct. And the seventh? Harry said. The mirror of Erist, Dumbledore said. It shows the viewer their deepest desire. The stone will appear only to someone who desires to find it but not to use it. Harry thought about this. He thought about his own deepest desire, which he had never fully catalogued. He avoided cataloging it because it was not strategically useful and because it tended to sit in the vicinity of things he couldn't have, his parents, a family that had been whole. He thought about what he wanted from the stone. I want to prevent Voldemort from getting it, Harry said. Not to use it myself. Which is precisely the condition, Dumbledore said quietly. Then the mirror would give it to me, Harry said. Yes. Dumbledore looked at him. Harry. What I'm about to say is not me devaluing your capability. It's me asking you directly, let me handle this. I know, Harry said. I'm not planning to run down the corridor tonight. I'm planning to be informed. He paused. But if you're not here, I will send word to you immediately if I am called away, Dumbledore said. You have my word on that. Harry assessed this. Dumbledore's word was not, he had learned, worthless. It was simply often attached to good intentions that interacted badly with complex circumstances. But it was genuine. All right, Harry said. Quidditch practice that week was difficult in the specific way that Quidditch practice was always difficult in November, which was the cold and the wet and Oliver Wood's refusal to acknowledge that these were conditions that affected human beings as well as bludgers. Harry flew through it with the automatic efficiency that broomwork had become, finding the snitch in 3 of the 4 drills and losing it once to a gust that turned the practice pitch into a wind tunnel. Afterward, in the changing room, Wood said, with the satisfied intensity of someone who had not stopped thinking about strategy since September, the Slytherin match is in 3 weeks. Malfoy's their seeker. Harry toweled his hair. I know. He's fast, Wood said. Fast and experienced, he's been flying since he could walk, his family, I know, Harry said again. Wood looked at him. You don't seem concerned. He's fast, Harry agreed. But fast is a style. It works if you're chasing. It doesn't work as well if your instinct is to show off. He hung up his Quidditch robes. Watch his first 2 minutes in any game. He'll do something spectacular that isn't quite necessary. He wants people to see him fly. Wood was quiet for a moment. And you? I want to find the snitch, Harry said. The Slytherin match fell on a Saturday in late November that was clear and brutally cold, the sky the flat grey of hammered tin, the stands packed and steaming with breath. Harry could see Hermione and Ron and Neville in the Gryffindor section. Neville had made himself a Gryffindor banner that he was waving with determined enthusiasm, the banner slightly lopsided because he had painted it himself. Malfoy flew out onto the pitch and looked across at Harry with the expression he'd been deploying since September, the recalibrated one, the one that had stopped being contemptuous and was now something more like wary assessment. Harry looked back at him without particular expression. Madame Hooch threw the quaffle and the game started. Harry spent the first 4 minutes not looking for the snitch at all. He spent them watching Malfoy, the way Wood had been watching him for weeks, with the patient attention of someone building a complete picture. The flight style. The tendency to climb when excited. The way his eyes tracked across the pitch looking for Harry rather than looking for the snitch, because Malfoy's strategy was reactive, follow the opposing seeker, assume they found it, beat them there. Wood had been right. In the 3rd minute, Malfoy did something brilliant and unnecessary, a reverse roll above a bludger, unnecessary because the bludger was going to miss anyway, done for the aesthetics of it, done because the Slytherin stands were watching. Harry noted this and began looking for the snitch. He found it 7 minutes later. It was hovering near the Gryffindor goalposts, a beginner's location, the kind of place a snitch went when the action was at the other end, small and gold and vibrating at the edge of visibility. He didn't go for it immediately. He turned his broom in a different direction first, toward the middle of the pitch, at a moderate pace. Not fast. Not the dive that would signal to Malfoy that he'd seen it. He gave it 15 seconds. Then Malfoy fell for it, his attention tracking Harry's movement, his broom tilting to follow, his instinct overriding his judgment the way instinct does when you've been trained to react rather than to think. Harry turned his broom around and went. Full speed. The Nimbus 2000 responded with the particular eagerness of a well-made instrument given full permission, and the pitch became a blur and the snitch resolved from a glint to a detail to an object in his extended hand, and it was there, buzzing against his palm, and he pulled up and the Gryffindor stands made a sound like an explosion. He landed. He opened his hand and showed Madam Hooch the snitch. Gryffindor, 170-30. Malfoy landed 20 feet away. He stood very still on the grass for a moment with the specific quality of someone who has just understood that something went wrong and is working backward to find where. Harry walked past him toward the team. Malfoy said, without turning around, "That was a trick." "Yes," Harry said. "You used my own instinct against me." "Yes," Harry said. "You should fly for yourself next time, not against me." A pause. "What does that mean?" Harry stopped walking. He turned around. Malfoy was looking at him now, and for the first time the look had something in it that wasn't calculation or resentment. It was the look of someone who has received a useful observation and doesn't know what to do with it. "You fly against the opposing seeker," Harry said. "You track them and react. You're better than that. I watched you practice twice through the library window. You're actually better than you showed today. But you fly against people instead of for the game, and it makes you reactive instead of decisive." He paused. "You should think about that." Malfoy stared at him. Harry went to join the team celebration. December's first week brought two things, the end of term approaching, and something that changed the dynamic on the third floor. Harry heard it from Ron, who heard it from Fred, who had been listening at a door he shouldn't have been at. "Something tried to get through," Ron said, low and urgent, during breakfast on a Monday. "Last Thursday. One of the protections," Fred said he heard Filch telling Mrs. Norris, which means he'd heard it from somewhere, that there was a disturbance in the corridor. "Something got through the first one." Harry was very still. "Quirrell," Hermione said, equally quiet. "Testing," Harry said. "Not going all the way. Mapping the protections." "So the attempt is coming," Hermione said. "Soon. He's not waiting for term to end." Harry thought about Dumbledore's schedule. He thought about the ministry summons that could come at any time. He thought about the letter from Sharpstone's addendum, advise consultation before any direct action. He had been consulting. He had been preparing. He had been building the picture. He thought about his mother's handwriting on the primary compact. "I choose it." He wrote to Sharpstone that afternoon. Not about the breach notification, which was already filed. A different question: if the heir takes direct protective action under the primary compact's obligation clause, does this constitute voluntary engagement with the compact's terms, and what are the legal implications of same? The response came back the next morning. It was a single line, which from Sharpstone meant it was simple and important. Voluntary engagement under the primary compact's obligation clause formally activates the heir's full compact protections, including the blood magic inheritance from the Evans succession. Proceed accordingly. The blood magic inheritance. His mother's sacrifice. The protection that lived in the choice. He went to find Hermione. She was in the library, which she always was, and she looked up when he came in and read his expression and said, without preamble, "What's happened?" He sat down and told her. Sharpstone's note. The implication. What it meant about his mother's protection and how it connected to the compact. Hermione listened with the total, precise attention she brought to everything. She did not interrupt. When he finished, she was quiet for a full minute. Your mother's protection, she said. It lives in you. Because she chose it. She looked at him. And the compact's full protections activate when you choose to engage. Yes. So if Voldemort tries to touch you, if he tries to harm me, the same magic that repelled him when I was 1 year old, Harry paused. I think it's still there. I think that's what Sharpstone means. Hermione sat back. She looked at the table. She looked at him. You've been carrying that for months, she said. Since the vault. Since you read the primary compact. Since I read my mother's signature, Harry said. She was quiet. The quality of the silence was different from her working silence, it was the silence of someone managing something personal while maintaining function. I'm coming with you, she said. If something happens. If Quirrell moves and Dumbledore isn't here, I'm coming. Hermione, don't. She said it firmly, without heat. I have read every available source on the protections in that corridor. I've read the logic puzzle, I'll solve it faster than you, frankly, the potion logic is pure reasoning and that's, she paused, allowed herself a small honesty, that's mine. I'm better at it than you are. Harry thought about this honestly. She was right. He was fast at logic, but she was instinctive. The difference between good and exceptional. All right, he said. And Ron, she said. He's better at chess than either of us. If there's a chess-based protection, there is, Harry said. He had told them only the broad shape of the protections, not all the specifics. Now he told her about McGonagall's giant chess set. The pieces move. They fight. Someone has to play. Hermione looked at him with the expression of someone who has correctly predicted a plot twist and is not entirely pleased to be right. Ron's going to think this is the best thing that's ever happened to him, she said. I know, Harry said. He went back to Dumbledore's office on a Wednesday. Not for a meeting. He knocked on the gargoyle's door, and it moved, and he climbed the stairs and knocked on the inner door and found Dumbledore writing at his desk with the quiet industry of a man with an exceptional amount of correspondence. I want to tell you something, Harry said, sitting down without being asked. Not ask. Tell. Dumbledore set down his quill. I am prepared, Harry said. If Quirrell makes an attempt before you're in position, I'm prepared to go in. I'm not doing it for the adventure. I'm not doing it because I think I should be the one. I'm doing it because the compact's primary obligation is active, and because Voldemort will not stop being a problem while he's in this building with the stone available. Dumbledore was very still. The blood protection is still operative, Harry said. Sharpstone confirmed it. My mother's magic, through the compact's Evan succession inheritance, it's part of my active protections. Voldemort cannot harm me through direct contact. That won't stay true forever, but right now, this year, I'm the most defensible person in this building against him specifically. Dumbledore stood up. He walked to the window and looked out at the grounds, the dark and the snow on the distant hills, and stood there for a moment. You've been building toward this, he said. All of it. The reading, the Gringotts meetings, the legal work. All of it has been pointing here. Not originally, Harry said honestly. Originally it was just about the compact and Vernon and being able to eat regular meals. It grew. A sound from Dumbledore. Something between a breath and a laugh. Harry, he said. He turned around. The reason I didn't want you to know, all of it, from the beginning, was not because I thought you were incapable. It was because I didn't want this to be your childhood. I didn't want you to spend your first 11 years carrying the weight of a war. I spent my first 11 years in a cupboard, Harry said. Silence. I know, Dumbledore said. And the quality of his voice was such that Harry believed him, that the knowing carried actual weight, actual regret. I know, Harry. I told myself the blood protection required the residency, which was true, and I told myself the simplicity of Muggle life would protect you from the political weight of your name, which was, more complicated. He paused. I made decisions that were mine to make in authority, but not mine to make in right. Harry looked at him. He thought about the letter from the vault, the careful, detailed justification that Dumbledore had written for a baby who couldn't yet read it. He thought about a man who genuinely believed in the greater good but had developed, over a very long life, a habit of deciding what it was without consulting the people it most affected. I know, Harry said. That's why the formal documentation exists. So that in the future, the decisions aren't entirely yours to make alone. He paused. I'm not your enemy. I want you to understand that. But I'm also not going to wait to be given information I need. Dumbledore looked at him. His expression was, Harry thought about it afterward, and the closest he could come was honest. Stripped of performance, stripped of the warm authority. Just a very old, very complicated man looking at the son of two people he had loved and failed. No, Dumbledore said. I see that you're not. A pause. I'll stay close. I'm expecting the attempt before Christmas. If I must leave the school for any reason, I will tell you first. And the password to the gargoyle, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. I beg your pardon. So I can reach you quickly. If I need to. The gargoyle responds to you, but if I need to get up here fast, I shouldn't have to shout candy names at a statue. Harry paused. Practical. Another almost laugh. Lemon drop, Dumbledore said. That's the password. It has been for 12 years. Change it, Harry said. Something less guessable. What do you suggest? Harry thought for a moment. Primary compact, he said. 2 words. Nobody else would think of it. Dumbledore looked at him. The expression on his face was the one Harry found most difficult to read, not because it was hidden, but because it was genuine and unguarded in a way that Dumbledore's expressions rarely were. It was the expression of a man who has just received a gift he doesn't feel he deserves. Primary compact, Dumbledore said. Yes. All right. Harry stood up. I'll let you know if anything changes on our end, he said. He picked up his bag. Thank you for the breakfast last week. Harry, Dumbledore said. He stopped. For what it's worth, Dumbledore said, your mother would not have been surprised by any of this. Harry considered this for a moment. She argued with the hat for 4 minutes, he said. She won, Dumbledore said. Harry looked at him once more, and then went back down the stairs and through the corridor and out into the castle, which was full of the specific noise of several hundred children approaching the end of term, and the smell of pine from the decorations in the great hall, and the particular quality of light that Hogwarts produced in December, amber and warm and impossibly like something from a story. He found Ron and Neville in the common room. He sat down next to them by the fire. Ron looked up from his chess game against himself, a habit he had that Harry found both admirable and slightly unhinged. Everything all right? Yes, Harry said. You've got your thinking face on, Neville said. I always have my thinking face on, Harry said. You've got your other thinking face, Neville said. The one that means you've just done something that's going to turn into an adventure. Harry looked at him. Neville, who had arrived on the train with a lost toad and a sentence about being afraid of disappointing people, had, over the preceding 3 months, been quietly and consistently demonstrating that his instincts were better than his confidence. Possibly, Harry said. Ron moved a knight. Brilliant, he said, with the tone of someone who has been hoping for exactly this. I've been bored. Outside the common room window, the December dark was complete, and the grounds of Hogwarts lay white and still, and somewhere in the school's 3rd-floor corridor, behind 3 locked doors and 6 waiting challenges, a stone the size of a man's fist sat in an enchanted mirror and waited for someone to come and want it for the right reasons. And in the Gryffindor common room, Harry Potter sat by the fire with his friends and thought about his mother's handwriting and the word choice and the particular weight of being prepared, and was, in the fullest and most complicated sense, ready. Chapter 8. What is owed? The attempt came on the 16th of December. Harry knew it was happening before he had conscious evidence of it, the way you know a storm is coming before you hear the thunder, something in the quality of the evening, the specific wrongness of a Tuesday that had been entirely ordinary until it wasn't. He was in the common room after dinner, reading by the fire. Ron was playing chess against Neville, who was losing with the cheerful resignation of someone who had accepted chess as an exercise in character building rather than winning. Hermione was at the table with 3 books open, cross-referencing something she'd been working on for a week. The portrait hole opened and Percy Weasley leaned in with the strained authority of a prefect who has been given a task he finds annoying. Professor Dumbledore has left the school, Percy announced, to no one in particular but with the underlying implication that this was information people should have. Ministry business. He's gone for the evening. Harry looked up. He looked at Hermione. She was already looking at him. How long ago? Harry asked. Percy blinked, surprised to be directly questioned. About an hour. His owl went out at 6 and the carriage left at past. Harry closed his book. He thought about Quirrell standing very still in an empty corridor. He thought about the adhesive glamour and the magical signature underneath it and the 7 protections between the 3rd-floor corridor and a stone that could make a broken, diminished fragment of the worst dark wizard in living memory whole again. He thought about Dumbledore's promise, if I must leave the school for any reason, I will tell you first. No owl had come. He looked at Hermione again. She was already, quietly, closing her books. Ron, Harry said. Ron looked up from the chessboard. He read Harry's expression. His own expression shifted, not to fear, but to the specific calibration of someone who recognizes that something real is happening and is deciding whether they're in. Yeah, Ron said, before Harry had finished the question. Neville, I'll watch the corridor, Neville said immediately. He said it with a simple, quiet certainty that Harry had come to expect from him. If a teacher comes, or if Quirrell doubles back, I'll find a way to signal. You don't have to, I know, Neville said. He looked at Harry with those steady eyes that were still slightly surprised, always, to find themselves steady. I want to. Harry looked at him. He thought about the potions classroom and the feather and instruction plus intent and the specific moment when Neville's face had changed. He thought about what it cost Neville to choose action over the safer option of watching, and the fact that he was choosing it anyway. Stay on the 6th floor, Harry said. There's an alcove behind the tapestry by the History of Magic classroom. Good sight line to the staircase, easy exit if you need it. Neville nodded. They got the cloak from Harry's trunk. The 3rd-floor corridor was empty and cold in the way that castle corridors are cold at night, not just temperature, but the absence of movement, the specific stillness of a place that has been abandoned for hours and knows it. Harry had the cloak over himself and Hermione. Ron was a half-step ahead, cloak sharing being impractical for 3, carrying his wand and moving with the particular quality that Ron had when it mattered, all his casual looseness condensed into something focused and quick. The door to the corridor was open. Not ajar. Open. Pushed fully inward. He's already through, Hermione said, very quietly. Harry moved to the door and through it. The 3-headed dog, Fluffy, Hagrid's, the first protection, was asleep, audibly and completely, breathing in the enormous shuddering rhythm of something deeply sedated. An enchanted harp played in the corner, charming it under. In the floor was an open trapdoor. Quirrell went through here, Harry said. Recently. The harp is still playing itself. He went through the trapdoor first. The fall was longer than he'd expected and ended in something soft, devil's snare, which he identified from the texture and the way it immediately began to wrap around his ankles, and from having read the relevant chapter in Sprout's textbook. Don't struggle, he said sharply, to Ron on his left, who had started fighting it. Relax. It releases when you stop resisting. That is not reassuring, Ron said, but he went still, and the plant loosened. Light, Hermione said. She produced a bright flame on the tip of her wand and the plant recoiled, and they dropped through to the floor below. They ran. The winged keys were chaos, hundreds of them in the vaulted chamber, silver and ancient, beating against the walls and ceiling with the collective energy of a flock startled into flight. There were broomsticks. There was a locked door. Harry had the key description from Dumbledore: old, large, silver, right wing bent. He took a broomstick. He went up. It took 90 seconds. Not because it was easy, the keys moved and swirled and several attacked his hands, but because he had done this 4 months ago at a much higher speed in a much colder field against a Slytherin seeker who actually wanted to stop him, and the key, unlike Malfoy, wasn't trying to humiliate anyone. It just needed to be caught. He had it. He had the door open. Hermione was through first, Ron second, Harry last, pulling the door shut behind them. The next chamber was McGonagall's chess set. Ron looked at it the way Harry had seen him look at the chessboard in the common room, with the total absorption of someone for whom this was not a challenge but a language. His eyes moved across the board in rapid assessment. "We have to play our way across," he said. "We're the white pieces. We need to take the Black King." "How long?" Harry asked. "Depends." Ron walked to the White Queen's position and moved his hand toward a piece. "I'll take knight. You two take bishop and castle, there, and there. Don't move unless I say. And when I say move, move immediately, no questions." "Ron," Hermione said. "No questions," Ron said. He was not looking at them anymore. He was looking at the board. His voice had changed, the casual warmth was gone, replaced by something precise and absolute. "This is what I do." Harry and Hermione took their positions. The black pieces moved. Harry had watched Ron play chess many times in the 3 months since they'd met. He had played against him twice and lost both times, badly, in the way that you lose to someone who is operating in a different category. He had understood, from those games, that Ron's intelligence expressed itself in spatial and tactical patterns in a way that was genuinely exceptional, that the casual manner was not laziness but the settled ease of someone who has never had to work hard at the one thing they're best at. The game took 9 minutes. Harry moved when he was told and did not second-guess, which was a discipline that required more effort than the physical movement. Hermione moved with precise obedience, her trust in Ron absolute and unsentimentally demonstrated. In the 8th minute, Ron said, "I'm going to need to sacrifice myself." "Ron," Hermione started. "The Queen takes me," Ron said. "It opens the king. Harry can checkmate on the next move." He was still looking at the board. "I'll be knocked out." "I'm fine with that." "Go." "You're not fine with that," Harry said. "I'm fine enough with it," Ron said. He looked at Harry then, briefly. "Go get the stone." "That's the point." Harry looked at him for a second. Then he said, "Move to the position. When the Queen takes you, I'll be there in 4 moves." Ron moved the knight. The Black Queen crossed the board in 3 brutal sweeps and Ron went down hard, the piece striking him fully, and he hit the stone floor and didn't get up. Hermione made a sound. "He's breathing," Harry said, because he had checked immediately. "He's breathing, Hermione. He'll wake up." 4 moves. He made them. Checkmate. The black pieces froze. "Go back," Harry said to Hermione. "Go back and stay with Ron. When he wakes up, send an owl to Dumbledore, to the Ministry, to wherever he's gone, tell him what's happened. Get McGonagall if you can." "Harry, you can't come further," Harry said. Not harshly, clearly. "There are 2 more protections. I need to go through them alone. You need to stay here and make sure Ron is all right and get word out." He looked at her. "This is what you do." She looked back at him. There were things moving in her expression, argument, worry, the genuine loyalty of someone who has decided you matter, and then the same thing that Ron had shown, the same quality, the willingness to trust. "Don't do anything stupid," she said. "Define stupid," Harry said. She almost smiled. "Survive," she said. "That's the definition." He went through the door. The troll was already unconscious in the next chamber. Quirrell had handled it already, which saved time and told Harry something about the gap between them. Quirrell had been through here, had cleared the obstacles, and was somewhere ahead. The potions room. 7 bottles on a table. A wall of purple flame at one end, black fire at the other. The logic puzzle Dumbledore had described, a riddle in verse on a piece of parchment. Harry read it once. He identified the nettle wine, second from the left, and the small round bottle for going back in under a minute. He stood in front of the table and checked his reasoning twice, because the penalty for being wrong here was the kind of wrong you didn't recover from. Second from the left. Smallest bottle. He picked up the second from the left and looked at it. He thought about his mother's handwriting. "I choose it." He drank it. Cold spread through him like stepping into a mountain stream, and he walked into the black fire and through it and out the other side. The final chamber was lit differently from the others, not the flat cold light of the corridors, but something warmer and more terrible, because the source of it was the mirror of Eriste standing alone in the center of the room, and in front of the mirror stood Quirrell. And Quirrell was talking to himself. Or rather, Quirrell was talking to the mirror with the urgent, frustrated quality of someone who has been trying to get a thing to work and can't, and the mirror was not cooperating. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master," Quirrell was saying, his stammer entirely absent. "I see myself rewarded, I see myself, but it doesn't appear." "Why doesn't it appear?" Harry stepped fully into the room. Quirrell turned. He looked at Harry. His face did something strange. The nervous Quirrell mask, which Harry had not seen completely removed before, dissolved entirely, and what replaced it was not sinister in the dramatic sense but deeply uncomfortable, the face of a man who has lost a long argument with himself and stopped pretending otherwise. "Potter," Quirrell said. "I wondered if Dumbledore would send a student." "Dumbledore doesn't know I'm here," Harry said. Quirrell looked at him. "You came yourself?" "Yes." "Foolish." "Maybe," Harry said. He looked at the mirror. "The stone doesn't appear to you because you want to use it. That's the condition of the enchantment." He looked back at Quirrell. "You'll never get it that way." "And you could." Quirrell said. Something shifted in his voice, not just Quirrell's voice, a second register underneath it, fraying at the edges of the sound. "A child who wants to find it but not use it. Dumbledore's own mechanism." He tilted his head. "Clever. Even for him." "Let me look in the mirror," Harry said. Quirrell blinked. "What?" "Let me look in the mirror," Harry said. "Step aside." Why would I?" "Because you can't get it yourself," Harry said, with complete calm. "And because whatever is in your head right now is telling you that a child who doesn't want the stone might be more useful than a child you've already killed, and that if I get it you can take it from me after." He paused. "I know the logic. I'm offering you the chance to test it because if I look in the mirror and nothing appears, you'll know I'm wrong about myself and you can proceed. And if something does appear, we have a different situation." A long silence. The second voice, underneath Quirrell's, made a sound. Not words. Just a sound, the sound of something very old and very diminished exerting pressure it didn't quite have enough left to exert cleanly. Quirrell stepped aside. Harry walked to the mirror. He stood in front of it. He had thought, coming down through the protections, about what the mirror would show him. He had tried to examine his own deepest desire with the same honest rigor he examined everything. He had come up against the thing he didn't fully catalogue, the ache that lived in the vicinity of his parents, of a whole family, of a different beginning. But he was not here for that. He was here for the stone. He looked into the mirror. The reflection was himself as he was, 11 years old, school robes, glasses, the scar, but with something different. His reflection smiled, and reached into its pocket, and took out a stone, and dropped it into its own palm. And Harry felt something happen in his actual pocket, a weight and a warmth, and he reached in, and it was there. He closed his hand around it. He did not show it. He turned back to Quirrell. "Nothing appeared," he said. Quirrell looked at him. The second voice said something that Harry couldn't quite parse, urgent, straining. "He's lying," Quirrell said. Not to Harry. To the thing beneath the turban. "He's lying, master, he must, let me see your face," the second voice said. The voice was not Quirrell's. It was the voice of something that had survived its own destruction on willpower alone, thin and whispering and absolutely, recognizably real. "Turn around, Potter. Let me see your face." Harry turned around. Quirrell reached for his turban and unwound it. On the back of his head was a face. It was barely a face. It was the suggestion of one, gray, flat, like something pressed into the back of a skull rather than grown there. But the eyes were alive and they were red and they looked at Harry with an intelligence that was very old and very focused and had not, in many years, had occasion to be surprised. It was surprised now. "Harry Potter," Voldemort said. "Voldemort," Harry said. "You are not afraid," Voldemort said. "No," Harry said. He had known this would be the truth when he said it, but saying it in front of this particular face confirmed it with a specificity that was almost interesting. He was not afraid. There was no fear in him of this thing, this remnant. He had read about it, understood it, traced it through 800 years of compact law and goblin records and his parents' handwriting. He had been building toward this room for 4 years. Fear would have been like arriving at the end of a long journey and being surprised by the destination. "Give me the stone," Voldemort said. "No," Harry said. "I can give you your parents," Voldemort said. It was a gambit. Harry could see the calculation behind it, the probing for the soft place. "I have power beyond death. I have done it before." "I could, you killed them," Harry said. "You don't get to offer them back." He kept his voice flat. "And I don't think you can, actually. You can barely maintain a face on the back of someone else's head." The red eyes narrowed. "Seize him," Voldemort said. Quirrell moved. Harry moved first. Not away, toward. He crossed the distance and grabbed Quirrell's arm with both hands and held on, because Dumbledore had explained what the blood protection meant in contact terms, and Sharpstone had confirmed it, and he had read it himself in the compact's inheritance clauses, and he needed it to be true now in the way that you need a thing you've planned for to work the way the plan said it would. Quirrell screamed. It was an extraordinary sound, full of genuine pain, the pain of someone whose skin was burning from the inside, and Harry held on and watched Quirrell's arm begin to blister and char at the points of contact, the magic working the way it had worked once before on a night Harry didn't remember, his mother's love through the compact's blood inheritance, the choice made in the primary instrument's final section flowing through his hands like fire that only burned in one direction. He held on for 5 seconds, which was enough. Quirrell crumpled. The face on the back of his head said something that was not a word, a sound, shapeless and enormous, the sound of something releasing against its will, and there was a rush of cold and dark and the smell of something ancient and wrong, and then it was gone. The chamber was silent. Harry stood over Quirrell, who was on the floor, and looked at his own hands. They were red and shaking slightly, not from the magic, but from the adrenaline, which arrived after the fact with the specificity of a bill arriving after a purchase. He opened his other hand. The stone was still there. Small and red and smooth as a river rock. He put it in his pocket. Then he sat down on the floor because his legs had made the executive decision to stop being vertical, and he sat there in the cold of the chamber and breathed, and outside the mirror reflected him back at himself, just him, sitting on the floor, looking ordinary, which was, he thought, probably accurate. He heard running. The door opened and Dumbledore came through. Dumbledore looked at Quirrell on the floor. He looked at Harry sitting on the floor next to him. He looked at the mirror. He crossed to Harry immediately and crouched down and looked at him with the focused, rapid attention of someone checking for damage. "Are you hurt?" "No," Harry said. "My hands are a bit," he showed them. Dumbledore took his hands and looked at them and did something with his wand that was cool and immediate, and the redness faded. "The stone," Harry said. He reached into his pocket and held it out. Dumbledore looked at it on Harry's palm. He took it with both hands and held it the way you hold something that you know you are about to make a decision about. "Quirrell," Harry said. "He is alive," Dumbledore said, after checking. "Barely. He will be moved to the hospital wing." He looked at Harry. "You held on to him. The blood protection. From the compact." "Yes." Dumbledore was still looking at the stone. "You knew it would work." "I was fairly sure it would work," Harry said. "Fairly sure is not the same as certain." "No," Dumbledore said. "It is not." He paused. "He's gone." "The presence in Quirrell." "Gone," Harry said. "Not dead." "I don't think. Just, pushed out. He didn't have enough left to sustain contact with the protection." "No," Dumbledore said. "He wouldn't." He looked at Harry. "He'll return, Harry. Not soon. Not in any coherent form for some time. But he'll return." "I know," Harry said. "I read the compact. This isn't the resolution. It's a delay." He looked at the stone. "What will you do with it?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Nicholas Flamel and I have spoken," he said. "He and his wife have enough elixir to set their affairs in order. They understand what it means to give up the stone." He paused. "I am going to destroy it." Harry nodded. He had expected this. It was the right decision. The stone's existence was a perpetual target, a vulnerability, a thing that would draw Voldemort back to it again and again regardless of where it was kept. "Good," he said. Dumbledore looked at him. "You're not going to argue that it could be used well? That there are people who deserve more time?" "It could be used well," Harry said. "Almost anything could be used well. But the risk of this specific thing being used badly by this specific person outweighs the possible good." He paused. "I trust your judgment on this one." Dumbledore was quiet. "You don't trust it generally," he said. "I trust it situationally," Harry said. "When you're thinking about objects and risks rather than about people, your judgment is excellent. When you're thinking about people," he paused. "You have a habit of deciding what's best for people rather than asking them." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I do." "You're working on it," Harry said. "I am," Dumbledore said. "Rather under duress." "Most people only work on their habits under duress," Harry said. Dumbledore made the sound that was almost a laugh. Then he became serious again, looking at Quirrell's prone form, and his expression was complicated in the way that it always was when facing the consequences of things. "You sent a breach notification to me," Dumbledore said. "Yes." "Gringotts holds the record." "Yes." Are you intending to pursue the matter formally?" "The breach?" Harry thought about this. "No," he said. "The documentation exists. That's sufficient. The purpose of the documentation was never to punish you, it was to create a record that changes future behavior." He looked at Dumbledore. "Has it?" Dumbledore sat down on the floor next to Harry, which was such an unexpected thing for Albus Dumbledore to do that Harry looked at him with genuine surprise. "Yes," Dumbledore said. He looked old, sitting on the floor of a chamber under a school in December, very old in the way that age shows when the performance of authority is laid down. "It has." They sat on the floor of the final chamber together for a moment. The mirror reflected them both. "What does it show you?" Harry asked, looking at the mirror. Right now. Dumbledore looked at it. You don't want to know what it shows me, he said. But he said it without deflection, he said it the way you say a true thing about yourself that you've made peace with. Probably not, Harry agreed. He was in the hospital wing for 2 days. Madame Pomfrey had strong opinions about children who went through 7 protections alone and emerged having used blood magic and caught a philosopher's stone, and in her professional assessment required monitoring regardless of how fine they claimed to be. Harry did not argue with this. He lay in the hospital bed and read and received visitors. Ron came first, his own head wrapped after the chess pieces strike, and he sat on the side of Harry's bed with the specific energy of someone who needs to be told the full story immediately. Harry told him the full story. Ron listened, and when Harry reached the part about Quirrell's face and the other face behind it, he went slightly pale, and when Harry reached the part about grabbing Quirrell's arm and holding on, he said, with feeling, that is absolutely mental, which Harry accepted as accurate. The stone, Ron said. Dumbledore's destroying it. Yes. And Flammel, he's known for a while that this was probably coming, Harry said. According to Dumbledore. He's made peace with it. 665 years, Ron said. That's a long time to make peace about. He has his wife, Harry said. I think that helps. Ron was quiet for a moment. Fred and George are going to be furious they missed it, he said. They've been trying to get onto the 3rd floor all year. They can be furious, Harry said. Hermione came with a stack of books that she claimed was for herself but which she left on his bedside table. She sat in the chair and asked him questions in the specific order she always asked things, most pressing first, emotional content last, and when she reached the emotional content she did not make it dramatic, just asked quietly how he was, and meant it. I'm all right, Harry said. You held on to a man while he burned, Hermione said. From the inside. While the remains of the person who killed your parents spoke to you through the back of his head. When you put it like that it sounds worse than it was, Harry said. How did it feel at the time? He thought about this honestly. Cold, he said. I was very focused. The fear came after. It came after, she said. When I sat down on the floor, he said. I was shaking. She looked at him. Good, she said. That means it was real and you knew it was real. I knew it was real the whole time, Harry said. I know. But the body needs to acknowledge it. She paused. You're allowed to have been frightened. I was, slightly, he said. Not of him. Of being wrong. About the protection. About whether it would actually work. Hermione was quiet for a moment. But it did work. It did. Because of the compact. Your mother's choice. Through the compact, yes. Harry looked at the ceiling. She chose it. The compact gave the choice weight, made it permanent. But the choice was hers. He paused. I keep thinking about that. The mechanism versus the intent. The compact is the mechanism. The love is the intent. They needed each other. Hermione looked at him. You should write that down, she said. I have, he said. He gestured at the notebook on the bedside table. She smiled. Of course you have. Neville came in the afternoon and didn't say much, just sat and helped Harry finish a crossword from one of the old magazines in the ward and said, at the end, I'm glad you came back, with the simple directness of someone who had learned that simple things said directly were usually best. Me too, Harry said. Dumbledore visited on the 2nd evening. He brought lemon drops, which Harry had established he didn't particularly like but accepted on principle, and sat in the chair that had been cycling between Ron and Hermione and Neville and was probably getting used to being occupied. I've spoken with the Ministry, Dumbledore said. There will be a record of the night's events in Ministry archives. Sanitized for public consumption, Quirrell will be described as having suffered an accident, but the full account is filed. Sharpstone will want a copy, Harry said. I know. I've already arranged for one. Harry looked at him. You've already arranged for one. The goblin in question wrote to me, Dumbledore said, with a very faint air of amusement. With a formal document request and a reminder that the heir's protections extend to ministry records affecting his interests. He paused. He is remarkably thorough. He is, Harry said. That's why I use him. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a moment. I have been thinking, he said, about next year. And the year after. About what it means to have you in this school knowing what you know. What conclusions have you reached? Harry asked. That I should stop trying to manage your exposure to information about your own situation, Dumbledore said. He said it with the particular quality of someone stating a decision they've arrived at properly rather than under pressure. That you are, demonstrably, better served by knowing things than by not knowing them. And that the habit I have of deciding what other people need to know is, you are not the first person to point this out, but you are the first person to make the point with a legal document, which I found. He paused. Clarifying. Was there something specific you wanted to tell me? Harry asked. There is a prophecy, Dumbledore said. Harry was still. Made 16 years ago, Dumbledore said. Before you were born. It speaks of a child with power to defeat the Dark Lord, born at the end of July, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. Harry looked at him. That's me. It could have indicated you were Neville Longbottom, Dumbledore said. Voldemort chose. He chose you, and in choosing, made the prophecy about you rather than Neville. He made me into the one with the power, Harry said. In a sense. The choosing has consequences. Harry thought about this. He thought about Neville in the common room making his lopsided banner and choosing to stand in an alcove on the 6th floor out of loyalty. He thought about the compact and its obligation and the prophecy sitting on top of it. Does Neville know? He asked. No, Dumbledore said. He should, Harry said. Not in detail. But he should know he was part of this. That Voldemort made a choice and it spared him. He carries that without knowing what it means. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. That is, yes. You may be right. Tell me about the prophecy, Harry said. All of it. What it says and what you think it means. Dumbledore told him. Harry listened with his notebook open on his knee, writing in his compressed notation, the way he had the night Dumbledore walked him through the protections. He wrote the prophecy's words verbatim and he wrote Dumbledore's interpretation and he wrote his own thoughts beside it in a smaller hand, the parts where he agreed and the parts where he didn't. When Dumbledore finished, Harry looked at what he'd written. Neither can live while the other survives. He read it several times. The compact's primary obligation, he said. To defend the community against threats that seek immortality through illegitimate means. And the prophecy's condition, neither can live while the other survives. He looked at Dumbledore. These are the same resolution. Different instruments. The compact was there before the prophecy. My mother signed it. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. I believe they are connected. I believe your family's history and the prophecy and the compact are all threads of the same thing. He paused. Which makes what happened in the chamber tonight, the first step, Harry said. Not the resolution. The first step, Dumbledore agreed. I know, Harry said. He looked at the notebook. I've known since the vault. Since I read the primary compact on the floor with the cold air around me. He paused. It doesn't scare me. I told Hermione, knowing makes things smaller. You understand the shape of the obstacle, you can plan for it. And the personal cost? Dumbledore asked. The possibility that the prophecy's resolution may require, let's not plan the end of a story we're in the middle of, Harry said. He closed the notebook. I'll deal with that when I understand it better. Dumbledore looked at him. He looked at him with the expression that Harry had come to associate with the moments when Dumbledore was fully present, not performing authority or wisdom or warmth, but actually there, actually seeing. "You are going to exceed everything I planned," Dumbledore said. "That was always going to be the case," Harry said. "You planned for a different version of me." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I planned for someone who didn't know. Who I could guide. And instead you got someone who knows and doesn't need guiding. Just," Harry paused. "Information. Honesty. Consultation." He looked at Dumbledore. "Those aren't difficult things. For someone in the habit of not providing them," Dumbledore said, "they are harder than you might think." "I know," Harry said. "But you're working on it." They went home for Christmas on the 20th. The Hogwarts Express was full of the end-of-term energy Harry now associated with genuine belonging, the noise and the warmth and the collective relief of hundreds of people who had survived another stretch and were returning to their other lives. Harry sat in the compartment with Ron and Hermione and Neville and thought about number 4, Privet Drive waiting at the other end of the journey, and Vernon's measured politeness and Petunia's complicated silences and Dudley's ongoing recalibration into a version of himself that was slightly less certain the universe revolved around him. He thought about Lucius Malfoy. He had been thinking about Lucius Malfoy at intervals since October, when he'd done the reading and put together a picture of the man through the public records and the Gringotts correspondence and the ministry account files that Sharpstone had, through certain preferred account holder provisions, been able to share with him. The picture was of someone very like his son, but older, better at it, more polished. The Malfoy family had significant holdings, significant influence, and a history of landing on whatever side seemed most advantageous. They had been close to Voldemort. They had exited that connection via the Imperious defense. They also, Harry had discovered through a note from Sharpstone in November, had a Gringotts account that showed, in the period around Voldemort's first fall, an unusual transfer. A small number of objects moved from the Malfoy vault to various third parties. Objects described in the transfer records as personal items of significant magical provenance. Harry had written that down in the notebook and thought about it for 2 months. He thought about a man who had kept dangerous objects from a Dark Lord's personal collection and distributed them, and what that might mean, and what those objects might do. He was going to need to look into this properly. After Christmas. In the second term. The train pulled into King's Cross and the platform was full of families and Harry stood with his trunk in Hedwig's cage and looked at the barrier and thought about everything that was on the other side of it, the ordinary world, the Dursley house, the east-facing window, Margaret's web in the corner. And then he thought about what was on this side, Hermione talking to her parents with her characteristic rapid expressiveness, Ron being immediately absorbed into a cluster of Weasleys that was loud and red and impossible to disentangle, Neville accepting his grandmother's stiff embrace with the expression of someone who has decided that this particular awkward thing is all right. "Harry," Ron called, from inside the Weasley cluster. "Mum wants to know if you're coming for New Year's." Mrs. Weasley was looking at Harry with the expression of a woman who has heard enough about this particular child to have opinions, and whose opinions were evidently warm and immediate and, Harry thought, in the approximate vicinity of motherly. He was going to need time to work out how to receive that. It was a category of thing he had less practice with than almost anything. "If it's not too much trouble," he said. "It is no such thing," Mrs. Weasley said, with complete certainty, in the tone of someone for whom this was not a courtesy but a statement of fact. Harry looked at her. He thought about the specific warmth of a thing that was offered without condition, without agenda, without record. "Then yes," he said. "Thank you." He went through the barrier. Vernon was waiting in the car park, standing beside the car with his hands in his pockets, and his expression when he saw Harry was, not warm. Vernon's face didn't do warm, as a physiological matter. But it was not unwelcoming, which was its own kind of progress. "All right?" Vernon said. "Yes," Harry said. "Good term." "Right." Vernon picked up one end of the trunk. Harry took the other. They loaded it into the boot together. They didn't speak in the car. But it was a different quality of silence than the one Harry had grown up in, not hostile, not full of the thick suppressions of the Dursley household in its worst years. Just quiet. The quiet of two people who have arrived at an arrangement and are maintaining it without drama. Harry looked out the window at the motorway and thought about all the things running in parallel in his head, the prophecy and the compact and Lucius Malfoy's vault and the invisibility cloak in the secondary vault that he had not yet used and the sealed Gringotts proceedings and Neville's story and the lopsided banner and Ron saying move immediately, no questions from the middle of a chess board and Hermione saying survive. That's the definition. He was 11 years old and he had done things that most adults would have found unreasonable, and the year was not over, and what was coming next was going to be larger than this, and he knew that, and he was not afraid. He was, in fact, something very specific that he had not had good words for until recently, until Neville had used it in a moment of accidental precision. He was ready. On the first day of January, Sharpstone sent a card. It was formal, brief, primarily administrative. It confirmed the scheduled spring review and noted 3 pending items on the account. At the bottom, in the same spare hand, the heir conducted himself in full accordance with the compact's primary obligation this term. This office notes this for the record. Harry read it and set it on the windowsill beside the east-facing window, where the morning light came in clean and level and fell across the room without asking anyone's permission. Margaret was in her corner. The web was larger than it had ever been. She had been busy over the Christmas fortnight, extending her territory in the methodical and unapologetic way she always had. Harry looked at her. Good instinct, he said, as he always did. He opened his notebook to a clean page. He wrote at the top, second year. Things to resolve. Starting with Lucius Malfoy. He underlined it. Then he began to write.